Some courses are played. Some are remembered.
401-132. Counsel, good morning. Welcome, Ms. Sundwall. Good morning. The jury is here. They are ready to go. Is there anything, and you have the preliminary instructions. I think copies were given to you yesterday. Is there anything we need to cover before we bring the jury in, go through instructions, and start with opening statements?
No, Your Honor.
Not from the state.
All right. Let's bring them in. I appreciate everybody being here on time and ready to go.
On time. Maybe not. Always ready, ready. All right, jury.
Please be seated. Members of the jury, good morning and welcome back. We appreciate you being here. That's the first order of business as y'all came back, so thank you. You have in your hand some binders. In just a moment, we're going to read through preliminary instructions that you will be required to follow. We're then going to have opening statements that you will hear, and then we'll begin with the trial. But I need to tell you that it is extremely important that each and every one of you provide your utmost attention during this trial. Don't entertain the thought that you may or may not be an alternate. Alternates are often called back during deliberation for multiple reasons, but it is imperative that each of you truly do give your utmost attention to this trial. As I indicated before, sometimes afternoons are hard. Everybody gets tired, but there should be plenty of caffeine back there for you. We will take regular breaks so you can use the bathroom and stretch if needed. We thank you for being here. Counselor, are we ready to start with preliminary instructions?
Yes, Judge.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, members of the jury, if you'd please open up your binders. We are going to go through these together. I will read them and you will follow along. If you could open to instruction number 1. Let's get started. Instruction number 1. Yeah, hold on. Technology. Appreciate your patience. We are all beholden to technology, courts especially. We'll get there. This is what happened with Kacee yesterday. All right, let's get started with the instructions. We are back on the record. Instruction number 1, introduction. Members of the jury, you have been selected and sworn as the jury in this case. The defendant is accused of committing one or more crimes. You will decide if the defendant is guilty or not guilty. I will give you some instructions now and some later. You are required to consider and follow all my instructions. Keep an open mind throughout the trial. At the end of the trial, you will discuss the evidence and reach a verdict. You took an oath to well and truly try the issues pending between the parties and to render a true and just verdict. The oath is your promise to do your duty as a member of the jury. Be alert, pay attention, follow my instructions. Instruction number 2, information, plea, and burden of proof. The prosecution has filed a document called an information that contains the charges against the defendant. The information is not evidence of anything. It is only a method of accusing a defendant of a crime. The information will now be read. The state of Utah, by and through the Utah County Attorney's Office, charges the defendant with the commission of the following offenses. Count 1, aggravated murder. Count 2, obstruction of justice in criminal investigations or proceedings. The defendant has entered a plea of not guilty and denies committing the crimes. Every crime has component parts called elements. The prosecution must prove each element beyond a reasonable doubt. Until then, you must presume the defendant is not guilty. The defendant does not have to prove anything. She does not have to testify, call witnesses, or present evidence. Instruction number 3, proof beyond a reasonable doubt. The prosecution has the burden of proving the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Some of you may have served as jurors in civil cases where you were told that it is only necessary to prove that a fact is more likely true than not true. In criminal cases, the prosecution's proof must be more powerful than that. It must be beyond a reasonable doubt. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt is proof that leaves you firmly convinced of a defendant's guilt. There are very few things in this world that we know with absolute certainty, and in criminal cases, the law does not require proof that overcomes every possible doubt. If, based on your consideration of the evidence, you are firmly convinced that the defendant is guilty of the crime charged, you must find her guilty. If, on the other hand, you think there is a real possibility that she is not guilty, you must give her the benefit of the doubt and find her not guilty. Instruction number 4, presumption of innocence. Remember, the fact that the defendant is charged with a crime is not evidence of guilt. The law presumes that the defendant is not guilty of the crimes charged. This presumption persists unless the prosecution's evidence convinces you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty. Instruction number 5, role of judge, jury, and lawyers. All of us, judge, jury, and lawyers, are officers of the court and have different roles during the trial. As the judge, I will supervise the trial, decide legal issues, and instruct you on the law. As the jury, you must follow the law as you weigh the evidence and decide the factual issues. Factual issues relate to what did or did not happen in this case. The lawyers will present evidence and try to persuade you to decide the case in one way or the other. Neither the lawyers nor I decide the case. That is your role. You are the exclusive judges of all questions of fact. Do not be influenced by what you think our opinions might be. Make your decision based on the law given in my instructions and on the evidence presented in court. Instruction number 6, evidence. As jurors, you will decide whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty. You must base your decision only on the evidence. Evidence usually consists of the testimony and exhibits presented at trial. Testimony is what witnesses say under oath. Exhibits are things like documents, photographs, or other physical objects. The fact that the defendant has been accused of a crime and brought to trial is not evidence. What the lawyers say is not evidence. For example, their opening statements and closing arguments are not evidence. Instruction number 7, objections. Rules govern what evidence may be presented to you. On the basis of these rules, the lawyers may object to proposed evidence. If they do, I will rule in one of two ways. If I sustain the objection, the proposed evidence will not be allowed. If I overrule the objection, the evidence will be allowed. Do not evaluate the evidence on the basis of whether objections are made. Instruction number 8, Order of Trial. I will now explain how the trial will unfold. The prosecution will give its opening statement. An opening statement gives an overview of the case from one point of view and summarizes what the lawyer thinks the evidence will show. Defense counsel may choose to make an opening statement right after the prosecutor, or wait until after all the prosecution's evidence has been presented, or not make one at all. You will then hear the prosecution's evidence. Evidence is usually presented by calling and questioning witnesses. What they say is called testimony. A witness is questioned first by the lawyer who called that witness, and then by the opposing lawyer. Consider all testimony, whether from direct or cross-examination, regardless of who calls the witness. After the prosecution has presented all its evidence, the defendant may present evidence, though the defendant has no duty to do so. If the defendant does present evidence, the prosecution may then present additional evidence. After both sides have presented all their evidence, I will give you final instructions on the law you must follow in reaching a verdict. You will then hear closing arguments from the lawyers. The prosecutor will speak first, followed by defense counsel. Then the prosecutor speaks last, because the government has the burden of proof. Finally, you will deliberate in the jury room. You may take your notes with you. You will discuss the case and reach a verdict. Instruction number 9, Rules applicable to recesses. From time to time, I will call a recess. It may be for a few minutes or longer. During recesses, do not talk about this case with anyone, not family, not friends, not even each other. And until the trial is over, do not mingle or talk with the lawyers, parties, witnesses, or anyone else connected with the case. Court clerks or bailiffs can answer general questions, such as the length of breaks or the location of restrooms, but they cannot comment about the case or anyone involved. The goal is to avoid the impression that anyone is trying to influence you improperly. If people involved in the case seem to ignore you outside of court, they are just following this instruction. Until the trial is over, do not read or listen to any news reports about this case. Do not do any research or visit any locations related to this case. If you observe anything that seems to violate this instruction, report it immediately to a clerk or bailiff. Instruction number 10, Further admonition about electronic devices. Jurors have caused serious problems during trials by using electronic devices, such as phones, tablets, or computers, to research issues or share information about a case. You may be tempted to use these devices to investigate the case.
At Vistaprint, we print signs so people can see your brand up close. But we also print signs so that people can see your business here, see it here, and see it here, so you stand out. Even when they're way back here. Get 15% off signs and banners at Vistaprint.com.
Talk to others about it. You violate your oath as a juror if you conduct your own investigations or if you communicate about this trial with others, and you may face serious personal consequences if you do. Let me be clear. Do not Google the parties, witnesses, issues, or counsel. Do not tweet or text about the trial. Do not use electronic devices to gather or send information on the case. Do not post updates about the trial on Facebook pages. Do not use Wikipedia or other internet information sources, etc. Even using something as seemingly as innocent as Google Maps or a dictionary to look up terms can result in a mistrial. Please understand that the rules of evidence and procedure have developed over hundreds of years in order to ensure the fair resolution of disputes. The fairness of the entire system depends on you reaching your decisions based on evidence presented to you in court and not on other sources of information. Post-trial investigations can occur. If improper activities are discovered at any time, they will be brought to my attention and the entire case might have to be retried at substantial cost. Instruction number 11, note-taking. Feel free to take notes during the trial to help you remember the evidence, but do not let note-taking distract you. Your notes are not evidence and may be incomplete. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, those are your preliminary instructions. Is the state ready to proceed?
We are, Your Honor.
If you want to turn this towards the jury or a little bit more towards the jury, if that will be
Will I
helpful, you
unhook
can
anything?
certainly do so.
Is that as far as it goes?
It may, I don't know.
Well, good morning. All right. After a long slog yesterday, we're here. I wanted to add one quick thing to that last thing the judge just told you about note-taking, because this frequently comes up with jurors. They want to rehear testimony or have it read back or things like that. That's not possible. The court doesn't have that capacity, and it's just not going to be available. So what that means is what you hear is that's the only time you're going to hear it. So whether that means you take a lot of notes or that you're paying really super good attention, that's up to you. But I just wanted you to know that in advance. Meggan Sundwall over here had a plan. Her plan was that she would go to her friend Kacee Terry's house. She would inject her with insulin and monitor her blood glucose until Kacee died. We know that's her plan because she had text messages to Kacee telling her that. On August 12th, 2024, Meggan put that plan into action. Kacee didn't die that day, but she did slip into a coma from profound hypoglycemia, which is low blood sugar. And 3 days later, she was removed from life support and died. That is a really teeny little nutshell of what the trial is going to be about. There is a heck of a lot more information about the how and why. It kind of reminds me of that art form of pointillism, where you see up close, if you're looking, right up close, you see a bunch of little dots or little colors that don't make much sense, seemingly randomly arranged, until you have them all in place and you step back and you see the whole picture, and then it all makes sense. Then you see what it all means. And that is what is going to happen, I expect, with this case. There are a lot of witnesses that each have a little bit of the points that will contribute to your understanding of what happened here. Some of those witnesses have a whole bunch of points. Some of them just have a few. And they don't necessarily follow sequentially, which is why I wanted to give you kind of a heads up about what to watch for, what it is that they're going to be letting you know about, what their evidence is anticipated to be. Let me first tell you a little bit about Kacee. And throughout this morning, I'm going to refer to them by their first names. I don't mean any disrespect by that, by any means. It's just for simplicity and because my little brain can't function any better than that. So I am going to refer to them as Kacee and Meggan, if that's all right with everybody here. But Kacee, at the time of her death, was 38 years old. She was a granddaughter, a sister, a niece, a valued employee, still loved ex-wife, and a friend. She had had some loss in her early life, or actually in her life leading up to her death. She had lost her mother when she was only about 4 years old to an extended illness. The aunt that she had that stepped in a mother role also died from an extended illness. She had a cousin she was close to that died, and her father died when she was only 24 years old. So she had a lot of loss. She herself had been born with only one kidney. That wasn't a huge deal, but it did present some health issues to her as time went on. At the time of her death, she also did have some valid medical concerns that did give her a lot of pain. One of those being endometriosis, one of them being prematurely and heavily arthritic knees. She had a lot of pain from those conditions and was prescribed medications for those conditions. She had prescribed oxycodone or Percocet. She had prescribed Xanax because she also suffered from anxiety pretty heavily. Her doctor, Dr. Masteller, who you'll hear from, had discontinued the Xanax prescription because he didn't want those on board at the same time. Kacee still wanted her Xanax and did admittedly go about getting it by probably less than legal means. She also, at the time she died, had a prescription for something called promethazine. It is diagnosed largely for nausea, but kind of makes people sleepy. And you will hear about that from her physicians as well, and the function of it. She had also had, at probably 2020-ish, a port installed in her chest. A port is like a little teeny doorway that leads directly into a vein, so that when you have a condition that requires frequent IV occurrences, you don't have to keep finding a new vein to puncture. You just put it directly into the port. And she had that port for IV fluids, for hydration, because that was a side effect of her kidney issues. Another characteristic of Kacee that is relevant to this trial and plays heavily into it, and not to speak ill of the dead in any way, but Kacee was a liar. She told a series of lies. You will hear about them. One thing I think the evidence would support is that those lies were designed to get and keep people's attention and interest. She didn't know a better way than to feign some type of illness or for some reason to create drama and draw people to her that way. One of those lies, well, let me come back to that. In around this time frame, probably 2013, 2016-ish, Kacee met Meggan. They both worked at a facility called Chrysalis in Provo. That is a facility that offers services to people that are developmentally delayed or impaired. Kacee was a house manager there for inpatient residents, and Meggan was hired as a nurse. She's an RN, and that was her function there. Kacee actually met Meggan within her function as a nurse when Kacee came to Meggan to take her blood pressure. They kind of hit it off. They got along really well. Their relationship or friendship developed, and they became very, very close. So much so that Kacee spent a lot of time with both Meggan and her parents, her family, and they sort of took her in. There will be some testimony from some family and friends of Kacee's that it was kind of an odd relationship, in that Kacee seemed to be afraid of making Meggan upset or making her mad, and that she would do whatever she could to keep Meggan happy. Along those lines, probably in that same time frame in 2016, Kacee conveyed to Meggan that Meggan, was a beneficiary of Kacee's life insurance policy. She showed her documents that indicated there was up to $1.5 million that, that Meggan was going to be the beneficiary of. That was an ongoing topic between them from about 2019, 2020, all the way up until just a couple months before Kacee died. Meggan seeking assurance that that policy was still in effect, and Kacee giving her assurances that it was in effect. The truth is, there was no such policy. That was another one of Kacee's lies. Kacee, I don't know if any of you ever watched, or your kids, I should say, watched VeggieTales. There was, my kids did when they were younger, there was one episode where one of the characters told a little fib, and it was this cute little bean that throughout the episode, the more the lie grew, this little bean grew and grew and grew and grew until it was this overwhelming size that was just going to take over and just overcome the character's life. That was kind of the case with Kacee, because she told a lie that turned into a whopper. She told people, most particularly including Meggan, that she had cancer. She didn't have cancer. She never did have cancer. But she told that to family and friends, and they all believed her right up until she was hospitalized in that diabetic coma. That is a lie, just like VeggieTales, that grew and grew and grew. And that is part of the life insurance policy lie also, because she didn't really, at 38 years old, didn't expect to be making anybody necessarily a beneficiary of her life insurance, except for this fake cancer that she had. In 2019, Kacee texted Meggan, and this is one of the texts that, from which you could find that Kacee was really just seeking care and concern from Meggan. But this text said, "Tell me that I'm not dying." And Meggan's response was not offering her affirming words or, live your life to the fullest while you have it or anything like that. She said, "I don't know if you're dying or not. I'm sorry. You need to be prepared no matter what happens." After this medical port I told you about was installed, Kacee portrayed that as being part of her cancer treatment. She told people that that was for because of her cancer, and she had home health aides that would come to the house and help her with, doing that IV hydration, IV fluids. She had delivered to her home bags of saline for that purpose. That she told her family and friends that those bags of saline were her chemotherapy. The lie continued to grow. She portrayed to Meggan that she was close to death. She portrayed to Meggan that she was in tremendous pain from cancer and wished to be free of her pain. It was a frequent topic of conversation between the two, and we will show you, there are reams of text messages between these two. I think there are something like almost 29,000 text messages. We're not going to show you all of them. That we would be here the rest of the year. But we'll show you some, and there was one in 2020 where Meggan told Kacee, "There is nothing left for you here." She told her also in 2020, "You have so much more for you on the other side." In 2021, she told her, "What do you have to live for in this life? I truly believe everything for you is ahead of you, not here." And then another one where she told her with caps, "You have to let go. It is past time." Again, this is in the context of Kacee's wanting to keep Meggan happy and do what she wanted her to do. And Kacee went along with those text messages. She did pretend to be suicidal. She portrayed herself as being interested in ending her pain, the pain that didn't exist for the cancer that didn't exist. At some point, Kacee, this was in 2020, Kacee was living at Meggan's home with, also with Meggan's husband lived there too. And their conversations turned towards different, they discussed different means of ending Kacee's life. One of them was a gun. Kacee had access to a gun. Another was an overdose of pills. Of course, Kacee had access to all of that oxycodone and other substances. They settled on, eventually, insulin. Meggan told Kacee around September 1st of 2020 that she had checked with a pharmacist friend of hers, and that she would need about 100 units to end her life. 100 units of insulin is a little teeny amount. It's actually only a milliliter. There's 10 milliliters per bottle, so those last diabetics a good amount of time. And Kacee's family had a number of diabetics in it. There was insulin available at Kacee's home, where she lived after she moved out of Meggan's home, because her uncle lived there as well. He is diabetic. You'll hear from him. Her grandparents lived there. Her grandmother is diabetic. And uncle had recently died earlier that year, and he was diabetic too. So there was a lot of insulin, a lot of syringes accessible in that home. So Meggan and Kacee discussed the idea of Kacee's dying by insulin overdose. Meggan told Kacee that it would be easy. She would just fall asleep, and it wouldn't even necessarily be detectable at autopsy because it's a naturally occurring substance. Within a day or two of that discussion, Meggan brought home insulin and stored it in the refrigerator, and then texted Kacee a number of times over the next week or so. Hey, that insulin's there if you want it. Don't forget the insulin. Are you going to use the insulin tonight? That insulin's still there. Aren't you going to use it? Kacee, around that point, had communicated with Kylie that she thought Meggan was trying to kill her. And so Kylie and her husband, they waited until Meggan and her family left town, and they kind of swooped in and moved Kacee out of that house. At that point, both Kylie, the sister, and another friend of Kacee's saw the insulin in the fridge. You know, quite honestly, I don't know if Kacee really believed at that point that Meggan was trying to kill her. But I do believe that this is another story that Kacee used it was drama. It was something to elicit concern from the other people in her life, from Kylie and her friends. Anyway, she moved out of that house. She moved into a basement apartment at her grandparents' home in Highland. And as I mentioned, also living there was the uncle, another uncle initially, who died in January of 2024, lived there as well. During that time frame, that did not end the discussions about insulin and insulin overdose. Meggan asked Kacee in 2021 if Kacee was nervous to do it by yourself. And then she asked her, you want to know what I would do? Meggan told Kacee that she should draw up everything she had and give it all at once through her port, and then asked, do you want me to come over and do it? Continuing her subterfuge, Kacee pretended that she had made attempts using insulin to kill herself. She would text Meggan that she had tried to do it, and she started to, this lie again continued to grow and grow and grow. And the details of it became so outlandish that it appears to be a cry for help. She knew she was making ridiculous claims, Kacee, thinking, I believe, that Meggan would catch on and call her on it. Kacee told Meggan that she had used 4 bottles of insulin. That is 400 times the amount that Meggan had told Kacee she would need to cause her death. At a later point, Kacee told Meggan she had used 9 bottles, 900 times what she would need, and she was still alive and kicking. Meggan didn't call her on it. She continued, the conversations. Oh, I can't believe that didn't kill you. And it continued to progress. Eventually, Kacee pretended to be in hospice care, that there were nurses and doctors coming over to her house all the time. She concocted a story about a surgery that her doctor, Dr. Masteller, was going to do for her, or arrange for her, that would allow her to absorb medication so she could die. That was one of her stories. Another story, she would send just ridiculous vitals to Meggan, knowing that Meggan was a nurse, and those vitals would be things like a temperature of 75 or a blood pressure of 0/40. Just insane, ridiculous, stupid numbers. And Meggan never called her on it. But these stories continued to grow. Kacee fabricated an entire hospice care team, and they would communicate, these fake people would communicate with Meggan through Kacee's phone. There was a fake nurse called Becky with whom Meggan would communicate on Kacee's phone. There was a doctor, Dr. Robinson. Kacee pretended to have Dr. Masteller coming to her home. Like I said, there was a whole team of these people, and they would communicate pretty regularly with Meggan, telling her, oh, she's near death, she's almost there. Meggan always expressed excitement about that. Oh, I hope it's true. Low, and you can pass. Well, that became the plan. It was referred to a number of times after that Meggan would help Kacee. In June 2024, Meggan told Kacee, I'll come and help you and give it insulin to you regularly and see if it works. Kacee came up with another subterfuge, which is that she would tell Meggan, okay, I've drawn it all up, meaning I've put insulin into these syringes and it's all ready to go. She didn't want Meggan to be there drawing up the insulin. Kacee did it, and she Googled August 11th what would happen if I inject myself with saline. So I think you can put 2 and 2 together on those particular texts as far as what the reasonable inferences are there. On August 20th, 2024, Meggan asked Kacee when she could come and help, and offering today, tomorrow, Monday even. August 10th was a Saturday, 10th, 11th, Sunday, 12th, Monday. They initially agreed that Meggan could come and help on August 11th. Again, Kacee told her that she had drawn up the necessary syringes. But then, as Kacee regularly did, she postponed. She found excuses and put off Meggan. And so they agreed to Monday, August 12th. On Monday morning, August 12th, Kacee saw her uncle, Mark Farnsworth. You'll hear from him. And they had a good conversation. There was nothing unusual about it, didn't raise anything concerning in Mark's eyes. He just had a nice, regular conversation with Kacee and then went about his day. He worked from home, from the upstairs part of the home. Kacee, like I said, lived in the basement apartment there. Mark noticed Meggan arrive. That was at about 9:54 a.m. And then, again, didn't pay much attention. He figured one of Kacee's friends was there and they were going to do something, and he went on about his day. When Meggan got there, or as she was approaching, she texted Kacee, "Do you want to take some promethazine when I get there so that you are asleep when this is happening?" Somewhere around 9 p.m., Mark, so almost 11 hours later, Mark got concerned because he hadn't heard any sounds or signs of Kacee that entire day, and the vehicle, Meggan's vehicle, was still there. Kacee's grandfather had actually been trying to call Kacee and wasn't getting an answer, so Mark went to check on her in the basement. When he went into Kacee's room, he saw her lying on her bed, struggling to breathe, unconscious or at that point in a coma, and Meggan sitting there watching her. Meggan's parents were also there. They had arrived about an hour earlier. Meggan had called them to come and give her a blessing of release, make her die faster. None of them called 911. Meggan claimed she didn't know what was happening. She was well aware of what was happening. They found a glucose monitor in Kacee's room that showed that her blood sugar had been tested 19 times over 10 hours. That began at 9:18 a.m. That was probably, most likely, because Meggan wasn't there yet, Kacee testing her own blood sugar to see what was normal for her. And it was normal. It was at about 87. That's a regular, perfectly good blood sugar level for a non-diabetic. Her blood sugar was tested 8 times as it dropped from 87 when she tested it to 64 by 1:19 p.m. Less than half an hour later, at 1:43, the monitor showed a level of 43. Kacee would very likely have been unconscious at that point. Your body requires blood or sugar in the blood to function. It's the food for everything that your body does, and she didn't have enough, and her body was shutting down. After Kacee was unconscious, her blood was tested 10 more times, and the only person that could have done that was the only other person in the room that was conscious, and that is Meggan Sundwall. For at least 7 solid hours, Meggan was there watching Kacee descend from confusion to unconsciousness to a coma, repeatedly checking her blood sugar to make sure it continued to drop. It did. Meggan did exactly what she had promised Kacee she would do, which was when she said, "I'll come and help you and give it to you regularly and see if it works." Well, it worked. By the time Kacee got to the hospital, her blood glucose level was 14. She was in a coma from which she never emerged, and she was removed from life support on August 15th. Was life insurance enough? Well, 1.5 or $1 million is a pretty hefty incentive for a lot of people, but Meggan also happened to be in financial distress, and that was another topic of conversation between the two of them. Since the beginning of the year, in January 2024, Meggan had lost her job. She had run over something on the road and caused $4,000 worth of damage to her car. The car ended up being totaled. Her husband had doubled his child support requirements from a prior marriage. They owed on taxes. And then the car that they did have kept overheating. But she was stressed financially. She expressed in February of 2024 to Kacee, Kacee expressed to Meggan, "I wish I could just pass so you could get out of this mess." And Meggan's response was, "If you dying would get me out of this mess and darkness I am in, I would take it." When police got there and realized that Meggan had been there and had left with her parents without waiting for EMS to arrive, without telling them what to look for to try to correct for Kacee, they instigated an investigation. Meggan was pretty cooperative. She talked to them a number of times. During an interview on August 15th, police asked her for her phone so they could look at the text messages that she had been describing, telling them that Kacee was suicidal. Meggan agreed. She didn't hand over the phone right then and there, but she did bring it to them on August 19th. When police went through that phone and compared Kacee's phone text messages with the text messages on Meggan's phone, they found that 283 of them had been deleted from Meggan's phone. When police asked her about that, she told them that she did it so she wouldn't look like she had done what Kylie was accusing her of, which was murdering Kacee, sorry. For deleting those messages, Meggan Sundwall is charged with obstruction of justice. That is simply, I want to make sure I'm saying it right, when someone alters or destroys anything, such as the text messages, with the intent to hinder, delay, or prevent a criminal investigation. That one's the easy charge. The other one is aggravated murder. Aggravated murder happens when somebody intentionally or knowingly causes the death of another and does so with aggravating circumstances. The aggravating circumstances that are alleged in this case are that she did it for pecuniary or financial gain, or that she did it by means, again, I want to make sure I give you the right language, causing death by means of a substance administered in a lethal amount. So the question that you will be probably spending most of your time on is cause. What does it mean to cause someone's death? Cause does not mean in the law in Utah that she had to be the sole cause. Meggan did not have to be the only reason that Kacee died. If you find beyond a reasonable doubt that Kacee would not have died but for the actions of Meggan, that is sufficient. I expect that my friend over here is going to argue in a minute that Kacee was suicidal and that she did everything she did herself. I also expect that he's probably going to spend a lot of time talking to you about reasonable doubt, and that's a hard concept to define. It's something that people struggle with quite regularly, at least in our field. It is reasonable doubt. It is not beyond all doubt or with no doubt, because we can't know anything in life. We don't even know for sure if the sun's going to come up tomorrow. There is, okay, not a lot, but there's probably doubt about that. So you don't have to be convinced beyond all doubt. But if you find from all of the information that's available to you that you are firmly convinced what the state has alleged happened, then that is enough. We talked earlier about the concept of pointillism and how all of those little points form a big picture. And the little points, just so you know who is coming, that are contributory to this picture will include Kacee's sister Kylie and her uncle Mark, her best friend Michelle Tingey, her ex-husband Kacee, her family calls him Boy Kacee, Kacee Tanner, a friend, Christian Clements, Kacee's employer, Mike Larson. You will hear from Meggan's parents, who were there for some of that incident that night on August 12th, Leroy and Renee Randall. Additional information will come from her doctors, Dr. Masteller, the doctor who performed her knee surgery, Dr. West. There is a nurse that communicated regularly with Kacee. Her name is Amber Ludvigsen. There is a nurse practitioner who took care of Kacee while she was comatose. Her name is Diane Allred. You'll hear from her. You will hear from one of the first emergency responders to arrive at the house that night. That is Lone Peak Police Officer Norman Robinson. Believed at the time the call came in was that they were responding to just an overdose or possibly a suicide, and treated it accordingly. You will hear from the investigating officers, Melissa Farney, Lone Peak Police Department detective, and Richard Hales, who has a really long title of Special Agent with the Utah County Attorney's Office Investigations Bureau. I spit it out. You will hear from the medical examiner that was in this case, operated in this case, or conducted an autopsy, Dr. Ben Murray. Also the toxicologist, Scott Larson. You will hear from also the special agent from the Utah County Attorney's Office that did the phone downloads, Justin Seitsinger. You also hear from another medical examiner who didn't do the autopsy but has experience with insulin overdose cases to provide some additional information to you, and also an endocrinologist who has specialty in the effect of insulin on the human body, on a system. And she will be testifying. Her name is Dr. Kelsey DeSalvo. So those witnesses will give you all those bits and pieces. Like I said, some of them are massive, some of them are tiny, but they all form that big picture. That overall picture is, I believe you will find that Kacee neither wanted nor intended to die on August 12th. Even though she pretended she did want to, in an increasingly desperate attempt to keep Meggan's attention and affection. The evidence tends to establish that Kacee thought she could handle Meggan, but she didn't count on Meggan's determination. Meggan was there. Meggan was in control. Meggan had the means and the knowledge and the understanding, and Meggan stood to gain from Kacee's death. Meggan wanted Kacee to die to relieve her from the stress of her financial situation, and that plan worked. Kacee died from an overdose of insulin. At the end of this trial, after you hear from all those people, we will again stand before you and ask that you find Meggan Sundwall guilty of having done so, guilty of aggravated murder, and guilty of obstruction of justice. And thank you.
See if I can plug my computer in. I do have a bit of a PowerPoint, which might surprise you. Excuse me. Given the gray in my beard. But when you see me use a PowerPoint, you'll see that I still don't know how to do it very well. And I'm not doing it to impress you, that's for sure.
It'll warm up. Mr. Williams, if you're going to be walking around, I need you to get that wireless mic on.
Judge, I have never had a problem with that. I'm not often accused of being too quiet. Can I ask that Brooke let me know if it's not working? Is that okay, Judge?
As long as you're near a mic.
Okay, I'll do my best.
Otherwise, we can't pick up everything.
I'll stay here. One juror's trying to reach Cole's attention to see if...
I don't know if the TV can go a little higher, just move your manager in the way.
I don't know that it can. We can work on that.
Yeah, this one's kind of maybe on a break or something.
Yeah. We'll try and do it on a break.
This one's stuck, so.
Like I said, this PowerPoint may not be that important, may be helping me more than you anyway. I'm not going to stand up, as my colleague said, and tell you what I believe. That's not what opening statements are even allowed for. What I believe is not what I'm going to be talking to you about. I'm not going to argue. I'm not allowed to argue here. This is to be a conversation about what a trial is about and for, what applies in the way of important principles that you then will keep in your mind, keep with you, keep in your heart as you take in evidence. Evidence that must prove a murder. Not little dots that might make one out of an argument. Not going to argue. I'd like to talk more about the importance and solemnity, first of all, of what we're doing here. Not because I think you need me to, but I'm going to anyway. We're not at the water cooler. We're not at a home conversation. We're not in a TV show. We're in the most solemn place in our society. We're in the four corners of a courtroom, and we are applying in this case, you are applying in this case, we all are, principles, right, that our country's built on. That the blood of men and women in our service has been spilled on foreign soil to support. And I ask you to make those live every minute of this trial with every witness that is speaking to you and bringing information to you. In light of the government's burden, according to those principles, to bring proof, not argument, proof of murder, that Meggan murdered her best friend. And you've already had the level of proof read to you. It's in your instructions. What proof beyond reasonable doubt means. Real possibility. It'll be whether there's a real possibility that that didn't happen. That it's not proven. And yeah, it's got to be murder for money. You will hear about suicide, because that's not murder for money. Although it will be illegal, and you'll learn this at the end, you can't do something. You can't act in this state in aid of someone who is, according to what you believe, committing suicide. quite frankly, that applies to if this person, in this case Kacee Terry, doesn't intend to commit suicide. In fact, it's just faking it and overdoing it to her demise. And so the single question I submit, or the largest question, not a dot, but a question under the principles that apply, is, will the state prove by evidence, beyond a reasonable doubt, with no real possibility to the contrary, that something happened in that room that Kacee Terry could not have done to herself? I'm going to talk about it. I'm going to elaborate a little bit more on the evidence that I expect you to see. I asked you to keep in mind that it's because the state has this burden that they go first. And witnesses are witnesses, I submit to you. They're not the state's witnesses, although, of course, you'll see, and it will be obvious, the biases that state's witnesses have. They know what team they're on. But they're still just witnesses. And when I ask questions, I ask you to pay attention, of course, to those answers and how they're answered, keeping these principles in mind as well. There will, however, also be evidence that you would expect in a case.
What about you, Rock? What do you miss most about home?
Forensic testing, medical information testing, and those sorts of things as well. And there'll be an investigation spoken of by Detective Farney and by Richard Hales, who worked in tandem, although as you'll learn, Richard Hales works for the Prosecutor's office. And I'm going to be critical of that. I'll get to that in a moment. I'll tell you why I think that that effort isn't going to have been fair to you in your decision making in terms of the burdens of proof. Kacee Terry, Meggan, I'm going to put that up, Sundwall, I don't think it's going to be disagreed, are become the closest friends that you could imagine. And how it became that way, I think the evidence will show, is extraordinarily important. Because you will find that Kacee Terry is exhausting in the attention that she seeks from Meggan. Exhausting. And the way that she seeks that attention and engages in this friendship is just to bombard Meggan with her complete misery with being on this planet. And constantly telling Meggan that Meggan is the only one that she can have a secret, confident relationship in about wanting to pass. And I think it will be clear, and certainly in Meggan's mind, spiritually relieved by passing from this earth. Now, the way she gains that, part of the friendship, the evidence will show, is not only to just bombard and constantly talk to Meggan about how Kacee wants to die and wants Meggan to be part of that. We're going to talk in a minute about Lee and Renee, Meggan's parents, who were there because they had been asked by Kacee Terry repeatedly to give blessings to Kacee as she was going to die. and had gone to do that before, based on what Kacee was claiming. Kacee Terry absolutely planted beans that were going to grow. I might toggle back on and forth on this a little bit. Sure, you heard you heard Ms. Thomas mention that the Kacee Terry was a liar, and that is extraordinarily important in this case. Certainly we all probably know people we think are liars, and it affects our lives one way or another depending on the importance and the nature and severity and their ability to get us to believe. It's extraordinary, you will see in the evidence, Kacee Terry's ability to make people believe these lies. Not just the lies themselves being extraordinary, the extent to which she could make people believe them. Kacee Terry lied about this cancer, for instance. She perpetuated and maintained the lie that she had terminal cancer. She described it to one person as blood. She described it to another as leukemia of some sort. She would describe that she had terminal cancer. You will see from the evidence that, of course, that is planting a bean to get attention. And you'll see that she split the way she lied this to different people who would give her different sorts of different attention in different ways and have a different ability to fool. That is what she used, that lie, among others, but that lie to constantly get the response from Meggan of sympathy, confederacy, privacy, closeness, spirituality. And this is fueled by Kacee Terry to seek attention. But she's so good at this lie, not only, I don't know if the state's going to ultimately ask you to believe that Meggan didn't believe it, but her own family, Kacee Terry's, the evidence will be her own family believed it. A family that before her death, she lived with for years. In the same house. A good family. A very good family. Mark Farnsworth, when you hear what that poor man has been through, and his intelligence, and notwithstanding that, you would take her to the hospital for visits that were fake, at midnight, all the time. She would make these people take her around to fake treatments. For years. And it's because they believed her. They learned she didn't have any cancer. They learned she didn't have these other ailments. She would talk about kidney disease. They learned she was healthy when she died, according to the doctors. They learned it from the doctors at the hospital. The bean that continued to grow, the evidence is going to show, and I say this in light of the question about whether Kacee Terry was suicidal like she claimed 4 years and claimed it that night. There's a script for this night. I'm going to get to that. I mean a script, literally, in text messages. She did this for years, as the evidence is going to show, and as I mentioned, but things were escalating. She was calling the doctor more and more towards the end. She was talking about anxiety, depression. She talked to the doctor, mentioned suicide. You're going to hear that. She talked about suicide to some people. She certainly ramped up her supposed misery level. It's not just opiate use and opiate abuse and opiate addiction that was going on with Kacee Terry. Kacee Terry was buying, selling, exchanging drugs with other people. It was ramping up. Another thing that was ramping up. Kacee Terry was stealing from her grandparents that she was living with. Grandparents that her role in that house was to take care of. In the house where Mark lived, and then Mark's parents, Kacee's grandparents, who, her grandmother was suffering from mental health disease, dementia, and her grandfather was old and trying to take care of mom, but Mark knew that they needed help, and then Mark believed that Kacee needed help. Now Kacee was hopefully going to contribute to this household by helping her grandparents. Well, what she was doing is stealing from them. And towards August 12th, it really ramped up. It ramped up, and her use was getting the money with these people she was involved in with the drug interactions, and it came to a head. There was some mention, roughly, I think we're going to hear from Mark about a week before Kacee died, that Mark had some concerns about the billings that later you're going to hear were found to have been repeatedly and constantly intercepted by Kacee to hide her stealing, and the use of the credit cards, and that Kacee was probably present, probably over her debt, probably knew, and frankly was asked to cancel the credit card, which she never did. So as you contemplate the state's position that it's somehow ludicrous to believe that Kacee Terry was actually maybe going to take the off-ramp that she had created, the evidence will show, you'll be able to contemplate whether the being had grown out of control. And she knew that life as she knew it, as a liar, had finally hit the critical breaking point, and it was going to come out. Now, Meggan Sundwall, you're going to hear about, was an easy mark for Kacee Terry. The evidence will show, and it will show through the very communications that are going to be introduced. I submit to you, cherry-picked to the extent out of 28,000 text messages that go on. Of course, there's phone calls, they have meetings, these people are friends. At one point, as you heard, they lived together. Meggan and Mitch let Kacee live with them. That she never called her on it, is what you just heard. The evidence is going to show. Meggan wouldn't call her on it. When Kacee would tell her stuff that was ridiculous. 74 degree temperature. You're going to see and hear that happened all the time. Meggan offered unconditional love to Kacee Terry. She didn't call her out on things. You're going to hear that even her doctor didn't call her out on some stuff when Kacee Terry, as her doctor, I expect, is going to agree and testify, use the medical service process to gain attention by coming up with false maladies. You're going to learn, there's going to be Kyle Hancock. He's a psychologist. He's clinical work and he's done expert work. And he can help you understand, even from an expert standpoint, not only about someone like Kacee and someone like Meggan, but what that means in terms of those two types of people having a relationship and the dynamics of that. So as the government suggests that Meggan should have called her on it, stop being an unconditional friend, I think you'll be able to look from the evidence as to why that would be, to the extent that it's not already obvious. And quite frankly, throughout their relationship and throughout conversations and throughout constant and exhausting pleas from Kacee for Meggan to unconditionally accept what she said, unconditionally show love, and promise to see her through the end with blessings from her father and being present in a form of helping her by being present when she died. They were even referenced spiritually. Freedom from the pain that Kacee was claiming in the form of a spiritual release. This is the room where Kacee Terry essentially died. She went to the hospital and was taken off support, but I think the evidence is going to show she was never going to live after paramedics took her from this room. I blew that up. You can see on the left, up next to her bed in a frame, are Kacee and Meggan. The closest thing to Kacee when she essentially passed. This is the room that is the scene of what the supposed murder was. Whether or a suicide, what Meggan believed to be a suicide, it looked like a suicide. It was another fake that Kacee overdid. Events. Yes, you're going to hear again about all of these communications, and some will be picked out that sound pretty bad if you don't know them in context, like I just described, but I think the evidence will show full context. Discussion about, if you're so desperate, I hope you just do it. I hope you just commit suicide. I'll help you if I could. Meggan says she's being bombarded by Kacee begging to go. And by the way, this is an insulin overdose. It's not a new topic in their relationship. You will see from the evidence that talking about dying by insulin always in terms of a suicide, a way to pass, had been talked to them, between them, for years and years. When she lived there, you'll see texts that show that because of that, Meggan would even bring it and have it in the house. They're not diabetics. There's no diabetics that live there. Kacee's not a diabetic. It wasn't. Insulin isn't some suddenly nefarious factor in this case that showed up on the 12th. I'll talk a little bit in a minute about what you're going to hear about. Quite frankly, insulin, when she moves in to Mark's house, to her grandparents' house, is everywhere, all the time, unaccounted for, all sorts of them, because Mark's a diabetic, mom's a diabetic, sister's a diabetic, and his brother Kyle's a diabetic who unfortunately died in January of 24, so 7 months before what we're talking about here. So insulin's talked about as a method of suicide with Meggan in these texts. I think there's going to be witnesses that say they've seen it, and you're going to see that Kacee is begging her to help her be able to have access to that and saying she's going to use insulin to kill herself. Well, apparently you're going to hear that she's telling her sister, Meggan's trying to kill me. Manipulating her sister at one point, to move her out of the house, where she's got to freeload in the basement of Mark's house and does basically nothing except deal with getting and using opiates and other drugs of abuse. The events were scripted out in Texas, you'll see. They planned for Meggan to go be over there, and once again, that Kacee would use insulin to engage in an overdose. And again, it's uncontroverted. She had the ability to get insulin anywhere she wanted in that house, and no one would even know. Same for syringes. Now this port is different. You don't need a syringe for a port. You can inject something into a port through just a plunger type syringe that doesn't have a needle. You'll hear evidence that that probably wouldn't have been used. It caused the death here because of the different way it would act if you just put it right into a port versus subcutaneously. So there was a script. She was going to come over, and Kacee would be there, Meggan would be there, and Kacee would engage in an overdose. Suicide. When Meggan gets over there, Kacee's already got a glucometer, glucose reading instrument, there and ready. I think you're going to find out the police didn't even realize that she'd already taken a test result. And you can draw inferences as you go through this trial when you hear that about why Kacee Terry's already checking her blood before Meggan ever gets there. This glucometer, ultimately they find, was used to take a whole bunch of readings. In a minute I'm going to show you, thank goodness for Meggan, that this was used. Then throughout the day, eventually, because the glucometer tells us what Kacee's condition was, and ultimately it deteriorates to the point that Meggan, who when she went over there, didn't know whether it was going to work, didn't know what was going to happen there, didn't know whether this was just yet another where Kacee would say, I guess it didn't work. She had plans for an anniversary dinner with her parents that night, and then she worked at night as part of a second job, and had expected that she would be going to work. And when it was clear from the use of the glucometer that, and what she could observe, that Kacee probably was done from her cancer and or the insulin overdose, she was not going to live. And so Meggan called her parents. And her parents left the dinner, or I can't remember, I'm sorry if they'd already started, but they abandoned their dinner plans and came over. Lee and Renee went in there. Now, I think the evidence will show that neither Kacee, despite all these years, nor Meggan is ever going to tell anyone that that's how Kacee was going to pass. Part of the confidentiality, part of the sanctity of their relationship. And, as we're talking about in a minute, probably something that, quite frankly, even though she was willing to be present for, even encourage in terms of her release, not consistent with, she could get in trouble get in trouble with work, or her license, etc., isn't letting her parents know what had been happening during that day, just that she was dying, and that Meggan had stayed with her. But what happens is, by the way, you're going to hear and see in the text, some text message evidence that all through this time, Kacee had constantly told Meggan she had a do not resuscitate, a DNR. She had constantly told Meggan that Meggan was going to be power of attorney. She had gone to burial plots to talk about the places she was planning on being buried. She had told Kacee.
Kwame Alexander's The Crossover is the book I always recommend, and it's perfect to kick off this year's NEA's.
Bella, by the way, is, I think, a sister or brother to Megan's dog, too. Came out of the same litter. She had told everyone else the evidence is going to show the opposite, that Meggan was some sort of awful person, that she was afraid of Meggan, that she thought Meggan was going to hurt her or kill her. What happens when Mark, the uncle, comes down from his office upstairs at 9? And by the way, I'll let the evidence play out on that day. I'm not sure what Mark's going to say from the stand. You may hear that some testimony has been given in various places in this lawsuit, and recorded interviews were given with witnesses, and so sometimes that may be needed to be used to refresh their recollection. The best I can tell you is what I expect, and you'll see it happen. But when Mark comes down, he calls Kylie because of the distress, obvious distress, that Kacee's in, and Kylie loses it. She says, call the paramedics. Meggan is killing her. Immediate accusation. And sounds like, based on what I think that you'll find were lies by Kacee to Kylie. Meggan calls Kylie. And Kylie lays into Meggan, get out of the house, you're killing her, I'm going to get you put away or take you out or something to that effect, and screaming at Meggan accusations. The importance of that is for you to consider what Meggan does end up doing, which in a lot of ways made it look pretty bad. She now knows that someone's going to actively go after this. She ultimately, on this subject, speaks. She has this worried response. She does speak to the police, but she also, I think the evidence will show, realizing she's going to be accused, realizing she was there, maybe suicide will come up, it's on everyone's phones, deletes like 280 messages about insulin. I think the evidence would be over the course of all of this communicating time, there's probably 5,000 messages with insulin in them. These are close in time and proximate to that date. Sure thing, I think the evidence is going to show that Meggan would have preferred not to have anyone know she was present when her friend passed. But does the evidence prove she did something? You can't do something to help someone in a suicide. And no one here is, I mean, we all know you can't kill them. In her interviews, she doesn't tell the story. She explains what she did. She's not asked much. I think they're going to play the interviews. She doesn't tell what happened in there. They used a glucometer. Kacee was committing suicide. And she deletes these texts. Can't do that. For worst reason is it makes you look pretty bad. Please say that. As they're finding out about the deletions of texts and stuff, the police are telling her, it doesn't look good for you. The text does not look good for you. being there with these texts and talking about insulin on an insulin overdose does not look good for you. But in one interview, Richard Hales, now Special Agent Hales, I'm going to work hard to get it right. My understanding is it's new, it's a Special Agent title, and so I've been referring to him, and everyone deserves their title. Detective, Special Agent Richard Hales. He explains what the principles we're applying in this court mean. Dead on. Does not look good for you. So we're doing other things. DNA, forensics, medical. You're saying you didn't do anything. When he asked her the blunt question, did you do something? Did you do something in that room in relation to Kacee's overdose on insulin? You've said no, that's great, but if there's evidence to prove otherwise, we have a problem. Meaning, Meggan. Fair enough? Meggan says, yep. And if there's not, I will ride off into the sunset. There wasn't. All the efforts that were made with DNA, with serology, with toxicology, with medicine, with FBI labs, everything that was tried, and unfortunately some very poor police work compromised the ability to get results in some cases that we can rely on. Failed to prove in a court of law, failed to be evidence and proof that Meggan did something in that room. And the reason is confirmation bias. Confirmation bias occurs when an officer believes in or searches for evidence to support a favored theory while ignoring or excusing contrary evidence and is disinclined to change the belief. It's normal. We all have confirmation bias. But in police work, we can all imagine and agree we need to pay attention to the evidence of how it could have affected the proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Whether it makes Meggan look guilty. If you think at the end of the trial, of course, that she did it, you'll have to acquit, because it has to be proven. Or proof that Meggan's guilty with no real possibility otherwise. That's in your instruction. So what was the evidence? In the room, the paramedics come. Yes, Meggan and her family are told to get out, and they do. They leave. Although Meggan's mother, who also believed in the DNR that Kacee said she had, and Kacee's desire not to be resuscitated and to go to where she wanted to go, was pretty mad. She was pretty hot. She said, Meggan is her best friend. You're doing the wrong thing by calling the paramedics. And then they're ushered out, told to get out. Mark calls them, the paramedics come. They do what they need to do. It's always tough on a scene. We're going to call it a crime scene. That's the state's theory, is that it's a crime scene. Because they need to do what they need to do, and sometimes it can affect, obviously, the integrity of the crime scene. They leave, and here's what is ultimately in that room. Syringes. 2 syringes are found. There's some of the plunger type that you could use for the port. 2 syringes at least. Turns out there's 3. I'll get to that in a minute. That are insulin syringes. In other words, the means for Kacee Terry to utilize them to inject insulin into her body. And like I said, the evidence is that that's not surprising, since they're all over the house and available to her at any time. they send these syringes. Let me be clear about the two syringes, because I just misspoke. There's a syringe that is found over by where Kacee Terry is. I think the evidence exhibit's going to be 2, or not exhibit for you, but police item number. The one found in the room. What happens is, Mark, ultimately, about 3 or 4 days later, is out cleaning up some things outside in the patio area where Kacee would go meet friends, smoke cigarettes and such, and had a garbage can for this Fanta box up in the upper left-hand corner. That Fanta box he was going to crush to throw away. That's, by the way, Fanta is what Kacee drank. Fanta orange. There's Fanta orange cans in the room. You'll see the evidence, you'll see the body camera. And as he manipulated the box before he crushed it, he could tell something was in it. So he pulled it out, and it was a rag, a black rag. You can see it in the right part of that picture. And a syringe, a box that no log insulin could be in. And a piece of paper that would come from the box. In other words, evidence. So he called Detective Farney. Detective Farney said, "Oh, take some pictures of it, I'll pick it up later." But in that, there's a syringe. So we have one syringe from the room at that point. We have another syringe. And then when Detective Farney came over to pick up the Fanta box evidence, Mark told her, "Hey, I had to rip out the carpet and strip down the room." The reason is because the day after this happened, believe it or not, a massive hailstorm occurred and it flooded Kacee's room. But when Mark says, "Oh, while I was doing that," this is the 19th now, when they've come to pick up the evidence. "When I was doing that, I found another syringe in the room." Here it is. And that's the one on the far right, still in the evidence bag. Those 3 syringes were available, in other words, within days. And the police sent them to the crime lab to get tested for the sort of evidence that Chales was talking about. DNA, fingerprints, and such. Didn't turn out to be good candidates for getting fingerprints. And DNA-wise, they found some DNA. I think you'll hear that with regard to one of the syringes, the DNA wasn't capable of being compared to Meggan, Mark, Kacee. Those standards were used. Those are the people, the DNA they're trying to find. With the other syringe, it was possible to get enough DNA to find out the following. Mark's DNA was on it. Kacee's DNA was on it. Meggan is excluded from any DNA on it. By the way, as you're going to hear, they arrested Meggan in March of 25. March 20th. The results that I just described you hadn't even come back yet. No DNA from Meggan, no fingerprints from Meggan. And one of the other things you're going to learn is that it turns out that Farney, Detective Farney and Special Agent Hales never collected the Fanta box or the rag. I think the evidence will be that there's probably not a better item to get DNA off of than a rag. And not a better item to get fingerprints off of than a smooth surface of a Fanta box. Mark hadn't put those in the bag. Detective Farney said, toss the stuff in the bag and I'll come get it. Although, incredibly, when they went over to pick up the bag, Marks showed him he still had the Fanta box in the rack. They just let him toss it back in the trash. We know so that's the state of that evidence. We have syringes now with Mark saying he found one when he ripped up the carpet the next day. 2 in the room, 1 in a Fanta box. A vial with some missing that Mark will testify to be enough to kill a non-diabetic, in his opinion. Let's talk about the glucometer. Thank goodness. Now, granted, you're going to hear that Meggan didn't tell him what happened in the room that day. Didn't tell him about a glucometer, about an insulin overdose, about Kacee's plan. This glucometer was used, and it was used by Meggan. That'll be the evidence, because right around 43, which was at 1:43 p.m., a reading of 43, you're close to, if not unconscious. It's not clear. Definitely at 30. That's 2 o'clock p.m. This shows that Kacee would have been unconscious, and it shows that she would have never regained consciousness. So it gives a timeline. My understanding is, with all these experts and all of this medical testimony, and taking this evidence for what it's worth, there is no medical way to find that after Kacee's blood sugar was 43, more insulin went into her. Submit the evidence you're going to hear from any expert that comes to that end is going to be, sorry, I touched my computer and messed it up. It's going to be that whatever time insulin went into Kacee Terry, she would have been able to do it to herself. In fact, the timing of that could have been before Meggan even got there. That's the best the medicine and the experts can tell us. So the glucometer, thank goodness, gives us a timeline that demonstrates that exogenous insulin could have been administered by Kacee Terry to herself. And no evidence shows that anything would have been injected after she couldn't do it to herself. I showed you some other syringes. A couple months later, it sounds like, Mark actually also found more syringes in his brother Kyle's room, which is right down the hall, the next bedroom from Kacee's. Some of them, one of them at least, was preloaded. Kyle was a diabetic and would preload syringes and put them next to in his bedside stand or something. By the way, this room was never searched by the police. Mark happens to, he was going to move in there, and Mark happens to find those empty syringes and one that was preloaded in the room right there next to where Kacee's room was. And he saves them to his credit. Apparently not really connecting the dots on their evidentiary value right when he found them, but he sticks them in the fridge, and as recently as December of last year, 3 months ago, they come to light, and the police now have 4 syringes. 4 more syringes, one loaded, presumably with insulin. He sent those to the lab for fingerprints only, and surprisingly, they don't come back with fingerprints. So the point is that the scene, the evidence, the forensics of this case will show you that they're absolutely consistent with Kacee Terry doing whatever caused her death to herself. And let alone a real possibility. They're absolutely consistent. But the police don't fault the evidence. The prosecution, who's involved in this case from the start, you'll hear, and whose own investigator is doing the work. Despite this evidence, despite not even having medical records, despite the medical examiner's report you're going to hear, the medical examiner is going to say, then and now, this manner of death is undetermined. Their expert medical examiner, based on what I have heard so far, is all I can tell you what I expect, is going to agree. The manner of death is undetermined, and it's not because we don't know that it's insulin. It's because we don't know whether Kacee did it to herself. But this case is going forward anyway. The police went and arrested Meggan before most of these results were in, before medical records were back. That confirmation bias will drive all the way into this courtroom. I ask you to pay attention to that notion, pay attention to the responsibilities by these principals in relation to that. Everybody, frankly, their evidence is their minds are blown about how they got fooled by Kacee Terry in so many ways. Meggan, after that relationship, learning. But the evidence, regardless of all this cherry-picked texting we're going to hear about, absolutely will not prove, according to the principles that apply here, Meggan some murderer or even some helper in suicide, other than a comp gun and a best friend who watched her friend die but got charged with murder. For that reason, you'll be returning a verdict of not guilty. Thank you.
Counsel, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to take a recess right now. Give you a little break. Might I remind you that you are admonished by the court that it is your duty not to converse among yourselves or to converse with any other person on any subject of the trial. And it is your duty not to form or express an opinion thereon until the case is finally submitted to you. This includes no individual research on the parties, attorneys, or claims.
All rise for the jury.
Please be seated. Is the state going to be ready with your first witness after the recess? And is there anything we need to cover before we begin?
Yes,
with our
Judge, the
witness?
state will be, sorry, excuse me, the state will be ready for its first witness. I do want to make a record, and we can talk about remedy for this, maybe later or now, whatever's convenient for the court, but in Mr. Williams' opening PowerPoint that he refused to show us before showing it to the jury, he had in there that the government has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Kacee could not have done it herself. That is in direct contradiction to this court's order issued last Friday about the burden shifting on whether the government has to disprove suicide. It could not be more directly contradictory than what this court ordered. It misstates the law, it misleads the jury, it's, again, completely different than what this court ordered that we treat.
Spring, the unofficial new year for tool people. Celebrate spring savings at Harbor Freight.
We have not finalized closing instructions, but I think a curative instruction is going to be needed.
Thank you, Mr. Williams.
Good. Obviously, I disagree. The legal issues were whether or not the lesser included, which the state has agreed, is it going to be a lesser included when offered by the defense, of aiding suicide, is not an affirmative defense. The crux of our issue, our legal issue, which you ruled on Friday, was that the sorts of things that apply to affirmative defenses are not part of this case and these legal issues. In other words, they do not have to prove that Ms. Sundwall, beyond a reasonable doubt, that Ms. Sundwall didn't believe the committed or attempted committed murder. That's what the affirmative defense circumstance is. The elements of aiding a suicide require an act by the other, an aiding, and there's the definitions, and causation and intent are required for murder and for aiding suicide. They do have to prove that she aided in suicide, or they have to prove that she murdered her. That's all I said, unless I misspoke. And if I did, I'm human. But my intent is to point out that I did not say they have to disprove that she believed it. That's what the affirmative defense part would have been. I would have been entitled to an instruction, just like self-defense, that the state has to disprove that Johnny had a reasonable belief that he was in fear of death or serious bodily injury, right? We're all familiar with self-defense and imperfect self-defense. They have to be disproven. The ruling was that is not the state of this case. They do have to prove for the lesser an act of aiding that is intentional. So they have to disprove that Kacee Terry did it to herself. Or they have to prove that Meggan acted. And I think the inverse or corollary to that is, of course, that Kacee didn't do it to herself. It's the same thing. That's what I meant by that. And then if it needs to be cured, fine. There'll be jury instructions. But they have to prove that she died because of an act that Meggan did, meaning not an act she did herself. And that was my point. I don't remember exactly what he said. I don't have a brain like that. I gave my opening and I sat down. But I think that's the law. And then the instructions will be what they are.
Thank you. I've already made my ruling that aided suicide manslaughter is not an affirmative defense, and the state is not required to disprove aided suicide. I think we are going to need a curative instruction. If we need to talk more about this later, we will, but I think the ruling was pretty clear on the requirements of the parties. I will note that opening statements are not evidence, but I don't want there to be any question about what the burdens are regarding the charges in this case. So if we need to talk more about it later, we will need to talk about a curative instruction, I believe. I'll think about it some more. Let's take a recess. Everybody we'll get a little break. Let's come back. We'll give the jury some time. Let's come back at 5 after. And we'll get started with the first witness, and we'll work up till lunch. Is that okay with everybody?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, sure. Thank you, counsel. We'll be in recess.
If you have to prove it. Access to sugar.
Please be seated. We're going to go back on the record on case 25140 on 132 State of Utah versus Meggan Sundwall. Ms. Hunt.
Yes, Judge, I just wanted to make the court aware, and maybe we could do something in advance, but our Mark Farnsworth, our first witness, he has a recent injury to his leg, and if it starts hurting him, he might want to prop it up on a chair. I don't know if it was possible for us to kind of just maybe stash a chair somewhere there, or just so we don't kind of interrupt the flow of testimony, or if that's...
Just in case. Yeah, we can work around that.
Okay. And then also, as the court remembers, he is diabetic, and so he may need to snack on something.
If he wants to bring those up
Okay.
with him, he certainly can.
And then I expect him to be a longer witness, particularly with cross. So maybe we go, I don't know what time the court was thinking about lunch.
We're going to work up till noon.
Okay.
And then we'll take our lunch break and come back and get started with him again.
Okay.
I know that's not optimal, but
No, that works great.
it's better for the jury to have
Yeah.
those kind of breaks.
Yeah, of course.
Anything else? Anybody?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Let's bring him in. Oh, we got the higher screen there too. Oh, good.
All rise for the jury.
Yeah, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, welcome back. We are going to work up until the noon hour, and then we're going to have a lunch break. And at that point in time, I'll tell you when we're going to come back. Stay ready with your first witness.
We are, Judge. The state calls Mark Farnsworth.
Please come forward, sir. We'll get you sworn in.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you shall give in the case now before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. Thank you, sir. Come on up here and have a seat. We appreciate you being here. If you can make a point to keep that mic in front of you at all times, we'll all be able to hear and we'll be able to make a good record.
Okay.
Thank you. Counsel.
Good afternoon. If you could please state your name for the record.
Mark Farnsworth.
Not your exact address, but where do you currently live? I guess what city? That was a bad question.
My permanent address, I guess, is 6608 West Stevens Lane, Highland, Utah, 84003. But I'm in another temporary place right now.
Where are you living temporarily now?
American Fork.
How long have you been living in American Fork?
Since about July.
And before that, you mentioned, sorry, what city is your permanent address in again?
Highland.
Highland. And sorry, before we dive into questions, you, just for the record, you have a little backpack with you, is that right?
Yep.
You're diabetic?
Yep.
What's the point of your backpack? I guess, why do you carry that with you?
Just to be prepared for anything that happens. If my blood sugar goes low, I've got stuff to take care of that. If it goes high, I've got stuff to take care of that.
And just for the record, if you need a snack or something happens medically that you need to focus on, just let us know and we're happy to accommodate that, okay?
Okay.
All right, so going back to when you lived in Highland, how long did you live in Highland for?
Off and on for, I think, about 4 or 5 years. I was in and out different times.
Okay, we'll get to that in a bit, but did you know Kacee Terry?
I did.
How do you know her? Or how did you
She's
know
my
her?
niece.
On what side of the family is she your niece? How is she related directly?
My younger sister, Michelle, was her mother.
And is your sister Michelle still with us, or has she passed away?
She passed away.
When did that happen?
I think 1983, somewhere in there.
Do you remember how old Kacee would have been at the time?
About 3.
Does Kacee have any siblings?
Say that again?
Does Kacee have any siblings?
Yeah, one sister, Kylie.
What's their age difference, if you know?
I think about 3 years.
Who's older?
Kylie.
So you said Kacee was about 3 when your sister, her mother, Michelle, passed.
Yeah,
That would have made Kylie around 7-ish.
yeah.
When Kacee and Kylie were children, where did they live? What state?
Utah.
Were you living in Utah at the time?
No,
Where were you living?
Georgia.
How long did you live in Georgia?
14 years.
You remember what year you moved out to Georgia?
1990.
I'm not great at math. How old was Kacee born yet when you moved to Georgia?
Yeah.
How old was she, if you remember?
She would have been probably, I don't know, 4 or 5. Can't remember.
So did you move to Georgia after Michelle passed away?
Yeah.
Did Kacee, I guess, was Kacee's father around during her younger years?
Yeah.
Is he still with us?
No.
When did he pass away?
10 years ago, somewhere in that neighborhood, I think.
I want to ask you a little bit about kind of family dynamics, understanding that you were probably in Georgia for part of this, but what were the family dynamics like for Kacee and Kylie when they were younger?
They lived with their dad, but you know, him being a single parent with 2 little girls, they spent a lot of time with my parents, and my mom, I think, played a pretty influential role in their lives. And you know, we used to go on hunting trips together and do a lot of family activities together with Kacee and Kylie and their dad.
Fair to say they were close family at that time?
Yeah.
How did Michelle die?
Diabetic complications.
And then you said about 10 years ago, Kacee's father died. Do you know how he died?
I think it was cardiac and respiratory problems.
You said you moved to Georgia in about 1990. I'm sorry, I already forgot how long you said you lived there. Do you remember when you moved back to Utah?
2004.
What was the point of moving back to Utah?
I had been through a divorce, and my job brought me back.
What city did you move to when you moved back to Utah in 2004?
Island.
And what was your living situation at the time?
I was living in Highland with my parents because I was commuting a lot with my job, and actually ended up commuting back to Georgia every week, and I was down there about 25 days every month. So when I would come home on the weekends, you know, I just had a place in the basement of my parents' house.
Understanding we're kind of talking about a large chunk of time here. You moved back to Utah in 2004. What were your parents' conditions health-wise at the time?
My mom is also type 1 diabetic. My dad, who is about to turn 89, very healthy. My mom, for the last 5 years, has been in cognitive decline, and it's gotten to the point where it's, you know, pretty advanced.
What was your mom's health condition in 2024 before Kacee died?
She's brittle diabetic, and so she requires constant monitoring by my dad, and then, you know, my younger brother also has passed away due to diabetic complications, and that's the reason I ended up moving back in there to help my dad, because he's had to take care of my mom, my brother, and Kacee. And I'm the backup plan if he goes down with a stress stroke or something.
Okay, I want to ask a little more about that. So you mentioned you moved back from Georgia in part because of a divorce, but also to help take care of some of your family members. Is that fair?
Yeah.
You mentioned a brother. What's his name?
Kyle.
And when did he pass away?
January of 2024.
And did you say he was also diabetic?
Yep.
What was the reason for his death?
Just 50 years of diabetic complications. He had had 2 kidney transplants.
You said your mom, I believe, was brittle diabetic. What does that term mean?
Really hard to control. Drastic swings in blood sugar levels.
Is that a separate diagnosis, or is that a term
It's
that
a
you're...
term that people use to describe the level of severity.
And you said she was type 1?
Yep.
Is everybody that we're going to be talking about here that's diabetic type 1?
Yep.
How does that differ from type 2?
Type 1 is the more serious. You can't control type 1 with metformin or some pill. Insulin dependent is what type 1 is.
When you say insulin dependent, what does that mean exactly?
You either take injections or have an insulin pump.
Is your father diabetic?
No.
So starting in 2004, I want to walk through the timeline. When you moved back, sounds like maybe just on some weekends because you were still commuting out to Georgia quite a bit. Who was living at your parents' home?
My mother and father and Kyle.
Was Kyle a brittle diabetic as well?
Yeah.
So you helped your father care for Kyle and your mother, is that fair?
Yeah, for the first several years that I was back, he wasn't, he could live a fairly normal life. But after the second kidney transplant, and eventually that started to fail, his health just declined.
When we talk about understanding this may differ, but let's use Kyle as an example. When you make reference to living a normal life as a diabetic, what does that typically look like?
It depends on how disciplined you are. If I use my situation as an example, I would say being type 1 diabetic has not affected me or the way I live my life in any way, but I've always been willing to, if I needed to take 10 shots a day, but I've always eaten whatever I wanted, whenever I wanted. Physical activity, I've always been hyperactive. That's the reason I'm in this boot right now.
Got a little too hyperactive, got an injury?
Yeah.
Just to educate the jury a little bit, I'm not sure everybody's familiarity with diabetes. I guess let's talk about type 1. What does that mean generally? You said that you're insulin dependent. What?
Okay, so right now I use what they call a continuous glucose monitor. So I've got this sensor in my arm, and then I've got a reader, and I set a range for my blood sugar, and if it goes low, the reader notifies me so I can get some sugar into me. If it goes high, the reader notifies me so I can get some insulin into me.
And what types of things affect your blood sugar level at any given time in the day?
The schedule and dosage that I take of insulin, whatever I eat, when I eat, and then my activity level, exercise.
You mentioned before that it depends on how disciplined someone is, how normal of a life they can live with diabetes. What was Kyle like when he was alive in managing his diabetes?
He was diagnosed when he was 18 months old, and they just didn't have the technology back then in the early and mid-60s to take care of it the way they do now. So from his early years on, he was always out of control, out of balance, and that over time does damage to your heart and kidneys and eyes. And so that's, over time, it just wore him out.
So when you moved back and were living with your parents and Kyle in Highland, what kind of care was he requiring from you?
At that time in 2004, he didn't require any care or help from me, because at that time he was still able to be fairly active, and he could control, or he's the one that managed his situation. My mom and dad didn't have to do anything for him, but over time, that disease just wears you down.
Do Do you remember about maybe just a ballpark of a year that Kyle started requiring more of your help?
About 2017, he had gotten really pretty sick by then, and then that's when my mom was declining cognitively, and she needed to be monitored all the time. So Kyle's the one that came to me and asked me to move back in to help my dad, because he was taking care of everybody.
So let's talk about 2017, that time frame. Do you know where Kacee was living at that time?
I'm not sure if she had moved in. I think she had moved in with my mom and dad by then.
And to your knowledge, what was the reason that she moved in with your parents?
She just needed help. She didn't have a driver's license, a car, and she had the medical condition and issues, and I'm the one that at some point kind of took over her, helping her. So I'd say on average we probably were at the emergency room in the hospital in the middle of the night at least once a month, sometimes twice a month, doing transfusions and things like that. And we got to the point where she'd text me in the middle of the night, and I'd take her down to the hospital, and we got kind of a routine where I'd say, any idea how long you're going to be? Text me when you're done. And 3, 4, 5 hours later, she'd text me, and I'd go get her.
Okay, I'm going to come back to that, but let me go back to, so you said in 2017 you believe that Kacee was living with your parents. Do you remember when she would have moved in?
No.
You mentioned that she needed help. You mentioned she didn't have a driver's license or a car, and then you mentioned some medical issues. What, at the time, did you believe was medically wrong with Kacee?
Well, she was doing in-home IV, and in the refrigerator there were different vials of whatever medicine she was taking. We thought it was cancer.
Why did you think it was cancer?
Because I think that's what we were told.
When you said we were told, do you remember who told you that?
Probably Kacee.
Do you remember what type of cancer she told you she had?
No.
Do you remember when, about what year she would have told you she had cancer?
I don't.
You talked about taking Kacee to the ER pretty regularly, and I'm going to come back to that in a second. But other than things like that, trips like that, and again, I'll come back to what medicine or whatever she was taking at home. What was her kind of day-to-day life like? What was her physical condition like at the time?
She wasn't very healthy. She had 2 bad knees, and she had had one replaced and was planning on having the other replaced.
And sorry, let me stop you there. So, and this is my bad, I'm kind of jumping all over in the timeline. Let's go back to like 2019 time period. What was her health like then?
She was doing in-home IVs, and they had and I think it was Select Health Insurance would deliver a big box of stuff every week. And she had all of the equipment in the house there to be able to do that.
When you say equipment, what kinds of things are you talking
Well, the
about?
thing that you hang the IV bag on, and all of the tubing, and one of the issues that she really struggled with a lot is she had a port, and that would get blocked or infected a lot, and I think that was a lot of the reason we were in the emergency room at the hospital quite often.
Do you know why she had a port?
For the IV.
Did you, I guess, what was your belief at the time, around 2019-ish, of why she needed IVs?
I thought she was doing like an in-home chemo treatment.
Are you aware if Kacee was born with any medical conditions?
She was born with one kidney.
If you know, what kind of treatment did that require?
I don't know. Again, when she was growing up, I was in Georgia. So, you know, I don't know if that created any kind of a need for any kind of special additional treatment.
So your understanding around 2019 was that the port was necessary for chemotherapy?
That's what I thought it was for.
Did you think it had anything to do with the kidney issue?
No.
You mentioned that Kacee wasn't terribly healthy around 2019. Was she mobile? Was she able to do things?
She had a hard time getting up and down stairs because of her knees.
You mentioned that she had a knee replacement. Do you know when that was?
It was probably 6 months to a year before the time she passed.
And that's just you basing it on your memory?
Yeah, I'm not sure, but I know that she was planning on getting the other knee replaced.
Okay. I'll come back to that again here in a second. If we're talking about 2020 timeframe, you're helping care for your mom and your brother Kyle. Was Kacee helping you with that at all?
She was. Kacee was actually a big help for my mom and dad. She, because of her previous work experience, she was real familiar with medications, and my mom was on so many medications that she would manage that for her. And you know, if that was left up to my dad, my mom would have been dead 10 years ago. So Kacee's the one that oversaw that.
Was Kacee diabetic?
No.
But it sounds like Kacee would have been a big part in helping manage your mom's diabetes. Is that fair?
Yep.
You referred to your mom as being brittle diabetic, which you said she could have drastic swings either way throughout the day. Is that right?
Yeah.
How might Kacee need to have been prepared to handle something like that?
Kacee got to the point where she recognized when the signs of you know, somebody's blood sugar going down or going up, and she would know with my mom what to do. And then also, when my mom got the continuous glucose system like I've got, it was linked to Kacee's phone.
So she would get notifications if there was an issue with your mom?
Yeah, and the same thing with my brother. You know, Kyle was really bad, and Kacee would be the one that if his blood sugar crashed or went way up, it would notify her on her phone.
You mentioned that Kacee would know what to do if there was a blood sugar issue. What things might those have been?
Well, if your blood sugar crashes, goes way down, you've got to get sugar. And so in the fridge downstairs by Kyle's bedroom, there was bottles of Coke. And so she'd get him that. If his blood sugar was going way up, then she would know, based on how high his blood sugar was, how much insulin he needed.
So according to your observation of Kacee helping care for both your mom and your brother, she understood how insulin worked.
Yep.
Doses of insulin that those two individuals required.
Yep.
And it sounds like signs of high or low blood sugar.
Yep.
Still talking about 2020-ish time frame here. Did Kacee have a job?
She did. She actually, I got her a job with my company. I'm a health insurance broker. And at certain times of the year, every year, for companies that we work with, insurance companies, we do surveys for them. And we hired Kacee to do those surveys. And then the plan was that when she had the second knee replacement, my boss had actually asked her if she was interested in getting her license as an insurance agent and coming to work full-time for the company. And she wanted to do that. So that was the plan, that she was going to get licensed after she had recovered from the second knee replacement and then go to work as an agent.
You mentioned getting her a job at your same company. Do you remember when that would have been? Ballpark of a year is fine.
Probably 2022 maybe.
Did she have to go into an office to do that job, or how did that work?
Occasionally, but I worked from home, and so she would go into the office occasionally, but she worked from home also.
So you said you think around 2022 is when you got her that job?
Yeah.
So let's jump to that time frame. Who's living in the home in 2022?
My parents, Kyle, Kacee, and then by that time I was moved back in there.
Were you still commuting to Georgia?
No.
When did you more permanently move to Highland and stop the Georgia commute? Sorry, I know I'm asking to recall a lot of dates.
I think I've had a couple of different jobs since then, and I think I was done commuting 2012, 2013, somewhere in that.
Okay, so by 2022, you had lived permanently in Utah for a while.
Yeah.
Was Kylie living in the state at the time in 2022?
Yeah.
What were family dynamics like with Kylie, Kacee, and your parents and brother?
Yeah, we were all pretty close. Kylie had, young kids, and my mom and dad liked to be involved with them and support Kylie's and Jim's kids in their activities, and so.
Was Kacee a part of that? Was she close with the family?
Yeah.
What kinds of things would you guys all do together?
Regular dinners together. Kylie's son Cooper has been a competitive shooter for a lot of years, and And my mom and dad would go when they could, as often as they could. They'd go to his competitions. Cooper would go duck hunting with my father.
And would Kacee sometimes be a part of those activities?
Not the shooting or the hunting.
And why not, if you know?
I don't think she could walk out into the marsh at Farmington Bay very well, so,
But otherwise, family dinners, things like that, Kacee was part of?
yeah.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 1. It should, you have a screen up there by you. It should pop up. Let me know when you see that. Do you recognize this?
Yep.
What is this?
That's my parents' home.
And what, I guess, what view of the home is it?
Up above, looking straight down on it.
State moves to admit State's Exhibit 1.
No objection.
And if we can publish that to the jury.
Thank you. Court receives State's Exhibit 1. It may be published.
All right, you said that this is an aerial view of the home.
Yep.
I'll come back to that in a second. I'm going to also show you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 26. Let me know when you see that.
I see it.
Do you know what that is?
That's the front view of their home, the front of their home.
State moves to admit Exhibit 26.
No objection.
Thank you. Court receives State's Exhibit 26. Wish to publish?
Yes, thank you. So that's a fairly nice home. Who did kind of yard work and care for the home generally?
My father, and then when I was there, I did most of the heavy lifting there.
I'll get to the basement in a second, but describe the inside of the home. Let's start with the top floor, or I don't know, how many floors does the home have? Two. Let's start with the top floor. Describe kind of the layout there.
Okay, so the front, if you were to go in the front door, immediately to the left is the living room. To the right, those three bigger windows is where the office is. That was my office. To the right of that is a bedroom.
And who would have been in that bedroom?
That's where I was until about 3 or 4 months after my brother died.
Okay. Where did your parents sleep?
Their bedroom was over on the left corner there where the living room was. If you go straight behind that, that's where their bedroom is.
Kitchen upstairs?
Yeah. So the kitchen would be from where the three big windows where the office was, straight to the west behind that.
And I'm assuming there's like a living space, family room area upstairs?
Yeah.
Where is that?
Yeah, great room. It's, as you walk in the front door, if you keep walking straight, you walk right into the great room.
Okay, we're going to talk about the basement. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
punched. All right, I'm handing you an iPad that you can draw on. There's a little, I don't know what you call it, stylus pencil tool up there.
I need somebody with fingernails to get that out of there.
Have the ability either, sorry. Thanks for your patience. All right, and for the record, we're going to call this State's Exhibit 3. And what I want you to do, and Judge, well, I guess, I'm hoping to publish it to the jury as he's drawing it. I'm hoping to have him diagram the basement. Mr. Williams, I don't know if you have any issue with that.
No, Your Honor, it can be done on a whiteboard. If you can figure out how to do it on this device, he's a better man than I.
We can publish it.
All right, so once we see the screen up there so the jury can follow along, draw for me the basement, so the layout, where the rooms were, if there's a kitchen area. All right, and let me just briefly stop you here. What have you drawn so far? This kind of bigger L
Okay, so
box at the bottom, what's that?
That's not lined up with what I'm looking at on my screen.
Yeah, sorry, we'll work through this together. Let me know if you want to start over or what's easiest for you.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a way to twist that counterclockwise one turn.
We might need to start over if, I don't know that we can flip it.
Okay, so on the iPad here, these little symbols at the bottom, okay, now that's, okay. What do I do to erase this? Let's start over.
If I may approach.
You may.
Okay, now you have a blank one. Let's see if that works a little better.
Now it's not even writing.
I'm so sorry.
This is where Kacee was a big help. She was good with technology. I'm a moron.
I kind of am too. All right, are you able to draw now?
Yep.
All right. And as you draw, I guess identify what you're drawing.
Okay. All right, so this is the downstairs patio. And these are the stairs that would go to the patio. This is the door into the kitchen, and garage.
All right, so you've drawn a room to the top left labeled den.
Yep.
And then just for the record, below the den is Kacey's bedroom.
Yep. That's a bathroom, and then the hall. So these stairs, by the little green thing there,
So the stairs at the bottom of the screen.
yeah, come down from the kitchen upstairs. And then this is the downstairs kitchen. The refrigerator is right there, and then there's sink here.
Okay,
Yeah.
so these aren't, now that we're talking about the kitchen, you're actually putting in appliances, these aren't separate rooms.
Right.
So you've, the sink, you've drawn a sink, and then the little square with the F is the refrigerator?
Yep,
Okay. And then what's this box that you've just drawn?
that's a bar with, there are 4 bar stools there.
Is there another bedroom in the basement?
Yeah, this is my brother's bedroom. And this is where I ended up moving into until I moved out.
Okay, and we'll get to that here in a bit. Is there a living room space other than the den down there where like a TV is, or?
No, the kitchen's just really big, and it's big enough that if you wanted to create like a TV room or something, you could do that.
But at the time, so we're talking 2022 to 2024, was there any kind of TV room in there?
No.
So you labeled the patio, and then there are stairs from the patio. Where do those lead? Do those go up?
They go up to, got a thing here that's blocking me from being able to write. I don't know how to get rid of that.
Oh, sorry. Just explain it for us. Where do those stairs go up to?
Okay, the stairs go up to the backyard, and the backyard is really big. My parents' lot is probably close to 1.5 acres, and
Let's pull up, well, actually, we'll do that in a second. So when Kacee and Kyle, when they were both alive and living in the basement, did they share the bathroom in the
No.
basement?
no, there's a bathroom in Kyle's bedroom, and then that just below Kacee's bedroom, next to Kacee's bedroom, is a bathroom.
So would Kacee have had her own bathroom then, fair to
Yeah.
say?
Yep.
You mentioned 3 people at the time that were diabetic in the home, yourself, Kyle, and your mom. How is insulin kept and stored generally?
My mom had hers in the upstairs fridge, and then Kyle and I had ours in the downstairs fridge, and we had separate shelves. He kept his on one, I kept mine on another.
So insulin needs to be refrigerated?
Yep.
Do you know the reason for that?
It just breaks down and becomes ineffective if you don't.
Are there different types of insulin?
Yep.
What are the types? And so let me differentiate. Certainly there are different brands of insulin, is that right?
Yeah.
Are there also different, like, actual types of insulin?
Yeah, basically there's fast-acting insulin and long-lasting. So insulin that's like extended release over time.
Do you use both types?
I use both types. Well, yeah, my mom and Kyle also use both types.
If you know, is it normal for a type 1 diabetic to rely on both types?
Yeah.
When, sorry, and Judge, did I admit Exhibit 3?
You haven't. Are you offering it?
Yes.
No objection.
Court received Exhibit 3. You need to make sure that the clerk gets a copy of this.
Okay.
So we have a record. And we're getting close to the noon hour.
Okay, do we want to, it
Is this
might
a
be
good time for you to?
Sure, yeah, we
to
can take a
stop?
break.
Okay, let's do that. Thank you. We're going to take our lunch break right now. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you could be back here at 1:15. 1:15, Cole will show you out and we'll get started up and we'll go for the rest of the afternoon. Be advised, we will have breaks during the afternoon. Before you are excused for lunch, you are admonished by the court that it is your duty not to converse among yourselves or to converse with any other person on any subject of the trial, and it is your duty not to form or express an opinion thereon until the case is finally submitted to you. This includes no individual research on the parties, attorneys, or claims. Have a good lunch.
All rise for the jury.
And Judge, I'm going to get this iPad and make sure the clerk gets.
Please be seated. Counsel, anything else we need to cover before we take our lunch break?
No, sure.
Anything from the state? All right, 1:15, we'll reconvene. I appreciate everybody's efforts so far. We'll be in recess.
Does anybody, do you know anyone who uses a Surface? Do any of you guys use a Surface? My power cord broke. I can't get it.
You have to go buy another one really fast.
Is that what I have to do over lunch? Just go buy another one?
Isn't your assistant?
Can you get sightseeing to bring me one?
I have one.
Better get you some. It's not the law. Honestly, if you do, that's great. Otherwise, I mean, Lee can go get me one. You can't go. I don't know where you're gonna go yet. And you might lay out, you're doing it very thoroughly, so I may not be getting anything in, I might just need to clarify a few things. Yeah, we'll get to Wes today. We'll get done with Mark, for sure.
Yeah, Wes can't do it.
I mean, so we'll be done with Mark, for sure, and you won't need to interrupt him for West out of order.
Well, we were gonna put
Kylie, I understand.
and so we'll skip Kylie today.
Well, you can interrupt her if you want.
Well,
I
no,
think
we'll put
4 hours is a long time.
I think we'll just do.
just wanna make sure he's,
Okay, anything you need for commenting the witness order, I'm okay.
thank you.
Mikhail, we're gonna go see it.
No, it'll be more like, because we're not coming back till 1:15. We've got.
I don't know what
another
else,
hour.
I mean, I think it's broken.
No, you're fine. Just trying to think through timing, then he needs another 45 minutes.
I guess the concern is that if the parking board's broken,
Where is he?
I don't know. I don't know.
You guys, my guess is.
I have it on the table in the office.
Well, yeah. Are we doing Kylie before? He's maybe in
Not
Salt Lake.
anymore.
But I have a.
Shitty, I know, but it still
We'll have to
works.
get Weston today. Because he's going out of
This is funny too, we don't know where the problem is.
Oh,
That's okay.
oh,
Scott?
the witnesses haven't asked anybody from their subpoena other than Dakota, Osborne. Is there anybody else that you name?
Actually, both.
I'm going to
I need both of those things to answer
Do-
your
do
question,
both.
because I'm gone,
We don't want your blood sugar too
I've gone to
low.
40. I go to 40 all the time without any good excuse.
Yes, same lunch. So do.
Surface is just what it is.
We'll go back. You can pay me. I don't know if I get this thing. I wouldn't mind moving to the one next to my son. Really? It drives me crazy. I would live on the coast. He's on the south side. Just the part things. When I was there, I didn't like it at all.
All rise for the judge and jury.
Thank you. Please be seated. We're going to go back on the record on case 251-401132, State of Utah versus Meggan Sundwall. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, hope you had a good lunch. Thanks for coming back. Mr. Farnsworth, I'll remind you that you are still under oath. Ms. Hunt.
Thank you, Judge. All right, before lunch, I believe we were talking about the different types of insulin that there are. You mentioned that there's long-acting and short-acting. What is long-acting?
Long-acting is something like Lantus or Levemir, which is like extended release. And in our family, we would take that, like for me personally, I take some of that in the morning and it kind of helps keep things level throughout the day. And then the fast-acting, something like Humalog or Novolog, is something that you take either, before a meal, or if your blood sugar spikes and goes high and you need to bring it down real fast, then you take the fast-acting.
So would it be normal for you in a day to use both long and short-acting?
Yeah.
As far as you know, is that normal for anybody with type 1 diabetes?
Yeah.
You mentioned a couple different, I'm assuming, brand names, Novolog, Humalog. Those are short-acting, is that right?
Yeah.
And then Lantus and Levemir are long-acting?
Yeah.
How do you decide what brand you're using?
Whatever the insurance covers.
So at different times, have you used all of the brands that we've listed? I think we talked about before that you said that your mom's insulin and syringes were stored upstairs in a refrigerator, and yours and Kyle's were downstairs in the refrigerator. Is that right?
Yes.
Why did you keep yours downstairs if your bedroom was upstairs at the time?
Well, just an issue of space in the refrigerator.
When you are, I guess, how much do you have on hand at any given time? And let's stick with the household as it was in around 2022 to 2024. 3 diabetics in the home. How much insulin is present?
For me, I go through a lot, so maybe 3 vials of the fast acting in a month, and sometimes I'd be able to get like home delivery, 3 months supply. So most, I would have like 9 vials, but then over the 3-month period of time, it'd work its way down to 1 or 2. After Kyle died, he had a lot of insulin that we just kept in the fridge for backup.
And why do you do that? Why did you, after Kyle died, keep his insulin around?
It's good to have it just because insulin, for the most part, is produced in China. And if something went sideways with China and we couldn't get it, even though it might have expired, it's still better than not having anything. It's not like insulin hits the expiration date and then it just goes bad. It takes years after the expiration date for it to, it slowly breaks down. So whatever you can have is good to have on hand.
So your, I guess, kind of method with insulin is if you have it, even if it's expired, you're keeping it. Is that fair?
Yep.
Do you ever discard insulin even if it's expired?
No.
You mentioned that the brands that you used at any given time is dependent on what insurance would cover, and that at some point you had all different brands that we've talked about. Is that true of your mom and Kyle as well?
Yeah.
Would you differentiate between, so when Kyle was alive and I guess let's just stick with Kyle because you stored it in the same fridge. Would you know, okay, Kyle is using Novolog and I'm using Humalog, and differentiate that way?
Yeah.
Is there a meaningful difference? Novolog and Humalog are both fast acting, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Is there a meaningful difference in how those brands work? Does that make sense?
Yeah. No, they're the same. They're pretty much interchangeable.
You said when Kyle died that he left a lot of insulin and you kept that?
Yep.
Did you still keep that separate from what you were still receiving?
Yeah.
Did you inventory it?
No.
So at any given time, were you able to say, I should have X amount of bottles and this is what I do have?
No, I mean, with mine I could, because, you know, every once in a while, the tile in the downstairs kitchen is, you know, it's hard. And, you know, there have been a couple of times that I've dropped a vial on that tile and it's cracked. So, you know, so I have a regular schedule that they ship it to me, but if I drop one and it cracks, then I'm going to be short before they ship it again, and so that's another reason that I don't ever throw anything away.
I think you mentioned that you, and correct me if I'm wrong, I'm going off memory of what you just said, you go through 3 vials of short acting in a month. Does that sound right?
Yeah, and that varies. So recently, since this accident,
With your leg?
yeah, I've got a titanium rod in my shin, but without being able to have the activity level that I have, and then anytime you have an injury, your body automatically adjusts to where your blood sugar runs high. So I can adjust I go to the doctor, and the doctor will adjust, you know, my prescription for insulin. So it goes up and down a little bit. So right now, it's pretty, you know, the prescription calls for more insulin just because of this injury.
That makes sense. I want to talk about doses. Understanding that it can vary based on things like you just said, activity level, what you're eating, I would imagine. But what's like a normal dose of short acting for you?
Before a meal, 5 units.
Units is how insulin is measured. How many units are in a vial, typically?
I think it's about 1,000, if I can look here.
And sorry, for the record, you're digging into a little backpack that you have with you. What is that?
This is just the insulin that I carry with me.
I want to go through that. So, and sorry, I'm going to talk through things because everything's being recorded and we're keeping a record. So you have a little backpack and you've pulled out what?
That's a vial of short or fast acting. So this is the same thing as Humalog. They changed the name, aspartame or something. I can't even pronounce it. And then that is long lasting.
So
this is Lantus.
Okay. You mentioned before that insulin needs to be refrigerated. How do you keep it cool when it's in this backpack? So you have an ice pack?
Yep.
And you pulled out, before you pulled out each individual vial, what are the vials kept in your backpack?
Just this plastic bag.
So like a little sandwich baggie?
Yep.
Is that how you've always stored your insulin when you're actively using a vial?
Yeah, I keep it in this and I just throw that in the fridge.
So, sorry, let me make sure I understand. When insulin is delivered to you, it's in a vial. How do you know if a vial is open or has been used before or closed?
It comes in a box, and the box is sealed. You have to rip the lid off the box to get to it, and then it has a cap on the top of the vial that you have to flip off.
What color is that cap?
Orange.
Once you flip the cap off, do you put the cap back on?
No.
So you can tell if a vial is one that you've taken the cap off and you're actively using it. Is that fair?
Yep.
And once you've taken the cap off, you store it in this baggie that you've shown us?
Yeah, in the refrigerator.
And if you're on the move, then it's in your backpack that has an ice pack with it.
Yep.
So is it fair to say if there's a vial that has the orange cap off that's been opened, would you know if it was missing? Does that make sense?
If it was mine, yes. My brother would have sometimes 3 or 4 of them because he would pre-fill syringes at nighttime and have on his nightstand, and sometimes he'd have a couple of different vials with the caps off, one in the fridge, one on his nightstand, something like that.
And remind me again when Kyle passed away.
January of 2024.
You said that you would know if one of yours was missing if the cap had been opened. Why is that? How would you know?
I just keep track of it.
Because it would be in the baggie like you've shown us?
Yeah.
After Kyle passed away, you said he left a lot of insulin. Did you keep any of his insulin that had caps off?
No.
Why not?
Well, I don't know. Number one, if he's been drawing insulin out of that with a needle that he's been using, I don't want to put it in me. And that's the reason.
So any opened, cap-off vials of Kyle's would have been discarded after his death?
Yep.
We've talked about where insulin was stored. Where did you keep syringes?
I I kept mine in a box in one of my dresser drawers. Kyle had his, I'm not sure where he used to keep his syringes. And my mom's were upstairs in a kitchen cupboard.
Are these single use? You just use them one time and then you get a new one, or how does that work?
It's supposed to be, but I use one a day.
And sounds like you make sure not to share needles with another person,
Right.
but if it's yours, you use one a day and you feel fine about that.
Yeah.
Are syringes delivered to you at the same frequency as insulin?
Not as often. I don't go through them as fast as I go through insulin.
So are there syringes around the home?
Yeah. Yeah, and there's different sizes of needles, and so for example, my mom uses a real small one. I use one that's pretty big.
What difference does that make? Why do people use different sizes of needles for insulin?
For me, I like the longer ones because you can see when you give yourself an injection, the needles aren't straight. They're always on an angle, and for me, it's easier to get the right angle so I can, when I put it in my arm, it's not going in at a weird angle and hurting. Plus, I've always just thought that if I can get the insulin into a muscle deeper, it works faster. But that's just me. I don't.
You don't know if that's medically backed up, but that's your sense.
Yeah.
You said your mom uses thinner. I don't know the correct term. Thinner.
Length and gauge, and I don't even pay attention to the different sizes.
Does your mom store her syringes with her insulin upstairs?
Yeah.
And then where would Kyle's have been stored?
Probably somewhere in his bedroom. I'm thinking probably in, they come in boxes, so a pack of syringes has 10 syringes in it. You buy a box that's about like that, that's got 10 packs in it. And and I've always just kept those boxes, and I'll have 2 or 3 at a time in a dresser drawer. And I think that's what Kyle did too.
Did you inventory your syringes? Is that a no?
No.
Sorry, we're being recorded, so gotta make sure the record gets headlines. There's been reference to, and we'll hear more about it, but in opening, there's been reference to a vial of Novolog that was found outside. Remember that?
Yep.
I'll come back to how and when that was found in a minute, but is that ever a place that you would have thrown insulin away?
No.
Why not?
No reason to go out on the outside patio to the garbage can out there to throw it away. Just.
If you had an open cap-off vial of short-acting that you were using, and let's say 100 units is missing, is there ever a reason that you would throw that away?
No.
Is that patio trash can ever a place that your mom would throw any insulin away?
She can't even get down the stairs on her own, so no.
When Kyle was living, is that a place where he would have ever thrown it away?
No.
Why not?
There's just too many other places in the house, in his bedroom, under the kitchen sink where the main garbage can is.
when Kyle was living, was he like you, where he kept insulin around in case, you know, something happened, or it's better to have it on hand than not have it at all?
Yep.
I want to talk more about units of insulin. Understanding that it can vary from person to person and kind of, like you said, depending on activity and what you've eaten. But what would 100 units do to you?
Probably kill me.
What's the most amount of insulin that you need to give yourself at any given time?
My standard dosage before a meal is 5 units. If my blood sugar spiked to the point where it's like 300 and normal is about 100, I would take maybe 7 units to bring that down.
Your mom, is she like similar? How many, what's
No.
the most amount of
No.
units she might be given?
If my mom's blood sugar was normal and you gave her 3 units, it might kill her.
So 100, what would 100 units do to your mom?
Kill her.
Would you expect, is it 100 units, would that be a normal dose for any diabetic person?
No.
I understand that insurance covers some or all of your insulin, but do you know like the street value of insulin?
Yeah, there's been a couple of times where I haven't had insurance, and depending on long-lasting or fast-acting, 300 to 380 a vial.
Does that factor into whether you would ever throw away a nearly full vial of insulin?
No. I mean, if it was 5 cents a vial, I wouldn't throw it away unless it was already opened.
We've talked about how Kacee helped manage your mom's diabetes and insulin. Would you expect her to have knowledge of how much insulin costs?
Yep.
Would you expect her to have knowledge of what a typical dose looks like for your mom, for instance?
Yep.
We've talked about how after Kyle passed, you would have discarded any opened vials, but kept any closed vials even if they were expired. Is that fair?
Yep.
How did you go about cleaning up, or I don't know, managing Kyle's insulin after his death?
I think I probably just gathered it up, looked at expiration dates, and probably, I'd get a plastic bag, and so if he's got X number of vials with a certain range of expiration dates, and then I'd, with marker, put the expiration date on the bag. So I might have 3 or 4 different bags with different date ranges.
And then that would have been in the downstairs refrigerator?
Yeah.
But any uncapped ones would have been discarded?
Yep.
There was reference in opening to recently, in the last few months, did you find more of Kyle's insulin somewhere? Does that ring a bell?
Yeah. I started cleaning out, our grandfather had this desk that's kind of an antique, been in the family, and that was down in Kyle's room. And then after a few months, I was going through that desk and found some in there.
When you say after a few months, do you mean after Kyle's passing?
Yeah.
Was Kacee still alive at this time?
I don't remember.
Do you remember calling the detective and letting her know that you had found more insulin? Do you remember when that happened?
No.
Does December of this last year ring a bell?
Could have been, yeah.
Why did you call the detective to let her know about whatever insulin you had found?
Just thought she might want to know.
And you believe you found that where?
In Kyle's desk, in that desk drawer.
Do you remember if that was uncapped, opened insulin, or what the state of that was?
Yeah, I don't remember.
All right, I want to backtrack. I'm sorry I'm kind of jumping all over the timeline, but back to when Kacee was alive, what was your day-to-day relationship like with her when you were both living at your parents' house?
My work day usually started at about 7, but I worked on the East Coast a lot, and my phone would start ringing sometimes at 6 in the morning, so quite often I was in the office at 6 in the morning. And then there were times that I was working on something that had me in the office until 10 at night. So I probably average about 10 hours a day at work.
Meaning that you're in that upstairs office that you pointed out in one of the exhibits?
Yeah.
So how often would you see Kacee during the day on a regular work day?
Kind of rarely. You know, if she was home and I had to go downstairs for something, you know, I might run into her then. A lot of times in the morning, if I wasn't in the office at 6, if I was in the office at like 8 or something, I'd usually see her down in the downstairs kitchen in the morning.
What was your rapport like with her? Did you get along with her?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Did Kacee have a lot of friends?
Yeah.
Did you know any of them?
Not really. I knew Michelle, kinda, but other than that, none of them.
Would Kacee have friends over to the house a lot?
Yeah.
And sorry, a lot is vague. What does that mean? How often might she have friends over?
Somebody just about every day.
Do you know what types of things they would do if somebody was coming over?
No, they'd sit out on the downstairs patio and talk and smoke.
Did Kacee have any pets?
Yeah, she had a dog,
Do you remember the dog's name?
Bella.
How did Kacee feel about her dog, if you know?
Bella was the most important being on the planet to Kacee.
How do you know that?
Just watching her and
Did Kacee take good care of her dog?
yeah.
You mentioned at some point that Kacee, when she first moved into your parents' house, she didn't have a car. She needed help getting around. At some point, did that change?
It did. Not sure exactly when, but she was able to get driver's license, and then shortly after that, with help from family, she was able to get a car.
You don't know exactly when. Could you ballpark it a year?
Yeah, probably roughly a year before she died, I'm guessing.
What kind of car did she get? Do you remember?
A red one.
Just like a sedan?
Yeah.
You mentioned before that you believed Kacee had cancer. Is that right?
Yeah.
You talked about taking her to the ER pretty regularly. I want to talk about that. What was the time frame that those visits would have been? I guess what years would you have taken Kacee to the ER?
Probably, I'd say, 2022, maybe 2021 through when she died.
Do you remember the last time you took her to the ER before she died?
I don't.
Could you ballpark about how long before she died you remember doing that?
I'm guessing it would have been within a month, maybe a couple of weeks.
We just talked about how she had a car at that time. Why would you have been the one to take her still?
Well, sometimes she would get so sick that she just was almost incapacitated. She couldn't have safely made the drive.
What did that look like when she got so sick? Are these things that she was telling you, or things that you're observing, or some combination?
Well, yeah, she would tell, you know, my mom and dad and me, and but also you could, you know, when she was really sick, you could just being around her tell.
You mentioned that her port would often get infected, and that was one of the reasons that she may have needed to go to the ER. Tell me about that. How would you know if that was going on?
Well, she would know, and I mean, she would tell me, you know, and she'd be sick, and, you know, I don't know, and I didn't see it, but if it was blocked or something, so she wasn't getting whatever it was she was taking in the IVs, or if it got like red and hot, but whenever she needed to go, you know, I would take her.
How frequently would you ballpark that was happening in a month?
With the port, I don't know, but, you know, other reasons that she was going for transfusions once in a while, even with her knee problems. So there were a variety of reasons that she would be needing to go down to the hospital.
You mentioned transfusions. Are you getting this information from what Kacee is telling you, or do you actually go into the ER with her and see how they're treating her?
Well, the first couple of times that I took her, I went in with her because I had no idea what to expect or if I should wait there or what. But after that, I would ask her, so how long do you think you're going to be, and then call me when they're releasing you, and I'll come and get you.
And understanding it may vary, but do you have a general time frame that she would be at the ER on any given time?
Probably 3-4 hours.
And sorry, I may have already asked this, but in, say, a month time frame, was this happening so frequently that you would expect to be taking her multiple times a month, or is it once every few months?
Once a month. Sometimes she'd get really sick to the point where it was a couple of times a month, but, you know, and there may have been stretches of time where it was every other month once.
Was your understanding that, we talked about if her port was infected, but other times, was it your understanding that she was sick because of cancer or other things? You mentioned her knee surgery. You couldn't quite remember when that was done. Did you take her to have that surgery?
I did. That was done at LDS Hospital up in Salt Lake, and I took her to that.
Did you wait there while the surgery, do you remember how long that took?
It took a day, so I had her there in the morning, And then late afternoon, early evening, I went back and picked her up.
Do you know what a DNR is?
Yeah,
What does that mean to you?
do not resuscitate.
Are you aware if Kacee had a DNR?
No, I never, if she had one, she had never told me. Nobody in our family said anything about her ever having one.
Would you expect to have been told since you were taking her to the ER and hospital pretty frequently?
Yeah.
Do you know what a medical power of attorney is?
Yeah,
Are you aware if Kacee had one of those?
I'm not aware of one.
Would you expect to know if she had one since you were, again, taking her to the hospital?
If she would have had one, it would have been Kylie, and I don't know that I'd have been in the loop on that.
Did you ever talk to Kacee about her having life insurance?
Yeah,
When was the first time you remember learning that she may have had life insurance?
I don't remember. I don't have any idea even on a time frame.
Did she ever tell you who the beneficiary was?
Yeah.
Who did she tell you that was?
Well, she said at first it was Meggan, and then over time she said that changed and she took Meggan off. And, you know, a few months before she died, I asked her about it, and I asked her how she was making the premium payments because she didn't have any income, and she said her boyfriend Mike had made a couple for her. But then after that, we didn't talk about it again, and I doubted that it was still in force. I would guess, and this is just a guess on my part, but that it was canceled for non-payment.
You had doubts about whether she had life insurance while she was still alive?
Yeah.
Other than her not having much of an income, or were there other reasons to doubt that?
I can't remember if she just told me that she stopped making payments, and so I assumed that she didn't have it anymore. I can't remember, but I just had the sense that she didn't have it any longer.
Do you remember how much that life insurance policy was supposed to be for?
I had heard $1 million.
You said that at some point she told you that Meggan was the beneficiary, but she had removed her. Do you remember why?
I don't remember why.
I asked you a little bit about the friends of Kacee's that you knew. You said you knew Michelle. Did you know Meggan before
No,
August 12th, 2024?
no,
Had you heard about Meggan?
yeah.
All right, we're going to go to August 12th, 2024. Do you remember that day?
Yeah,
Do you remember what day of the week that was?
I don't.
Do you remember if you were working that day?
I was.
Did you interact with Kacee that morning? Let's start with the morning.
Yes.
What happened?
I have this morning routine at breakfast time where I make this protein shake, so I'm always in the kitchen, and she,
And sorry to interrupt you, is this the kitchen downstairs or?
yeah, the kitchen downstairs. And so she had a bunch of dishes in the sink, and so I hollered at her to come in and do the dishes. So we were talking while I was making my breakfast shake, and she was doing the dishes, and we were talking about her recovery from her knee replacement, and she said as soon as I'm a couple more weeks recovered, I'm gonna schedule my other knee to be done.
So when I asked you before how long before her death she had her knee replaced, you said maybe 6 months to a year. Does this refresh your recollection of when in time that knee replacement would have happened, if she's still talking about her recovery on August 12th?
Yeah, it doesn't.
Okay. But she had plans to get her second knee done?
Yep.
If you know, did Kacee have other future plans going on that she talked about with you?
Yeah, we talk regularly about getting her insurance license and her becoming an insurance agent and going to work for my company.
What's the time frame like on that process? I imagine there are tests or something you need to, or certifications. Do you know what that looks like?
Yeah, I mean, nowadays you can do licensing online.
Like in a day, or does it take like?
You could probably do it in a couple of weeks if you're putting a lot of time online, and then you do a final test with the state.
And you said she had plans or ambitions to do that?
Yeah.
What was her demeanor like the morning of August 12th?
To me, she seemed better, more upbeat, and hopeful than I'd seen her in quite a while.
You said you had a good rapport with her. Would you guys like joke around and talk about life events?
Yeah, I used to tease her about her dog and, you know, how much more she loved her dog than me.
Did you engage in any behavior similar to that on the morning of August 12th that you remember?
I don't specifically recall that.
You said that the most important thing to Kacee from your perspective was her dog Bella. Did she mention any plans for Bella if she was going to be gone?
If she did, she didn't say anything to me.
Did Kacee ever leave the house for like a day and need someone else in the household to help take care of Bella, let her out or feed her?
Yeah, just, you know, if she's in the hospital, and until my brother died, he would do that. My brother and Bella got along good.
Who helped with Bella after Kyle passed?
My dad.
Do you remember Kacee saying anything about needing help with Bella on August 12th?
No.
You said that she seemed better than you'd seen her in a long time. Did she seem lethargic or loopy at all?
No, she and Kyle had gone in together and bought a new little mini treadmill. And so we talked about, you know, her getting her other knee done and then her being able to get on, start working out on that treadmill and just becoming more active. And
You had a conversation about that on the morning of the 12th?
yeah.
Do you know if Kacee had plans to live with your parents for an extended amount of time? Did you know if she had plans?
Well, she would have stayed there if I would have moved out, because my dad would have needed help with Kyle. But after Kyle died, the workload for my dad went way down. And so if Kacee would have been healthy enough to get a job, have income, move out, get out into a place where she could get on her own. You know, my dad is taking care of my mom now. He's down to one person that he takes care of instead of three. So, but if we could have gotten, from a health standpoint, Kacee up on her feet and a job where she could afford to move out, I think she would have wanted to do that.
Was there any indication to you the morning of August 12th that Kacee was suicidal?
No.
If we can pull up State's Exhibit 1. We talked before about in the State's Exhibit 3 where you drew the basement, you were trying to describe where the patio stairs went up to. Can you point out on this map where that would be? And I guess just describe, sorry, it's not going to be the iPad, but can you describe where the patio comes up on this?
Okay, so on the back of the house, you can see that white, that's the cement sidewalk going to the stairs that go to the downstairs patio.
Okay. Where would people typically park? So you're living there, your parents are living there. After Kyle's passed and Kacee's living there, how many vehicles were being used at the household?
Did you say after Kyle passed?
Yeah.
3.
And where were people parking typically?
It's a 3-car garage, so all of them were in the garage.
If Kacee had friends over or visitors, do you know where they may have typically parked?
Yeah, if you look at the driveway there, on the right side of the driveway, you can see those trees with a shade on the concrete. They park along that edge of the driveway in the shade usually.
So you have a fairly big driveway, and then there's also this kind of loopy driveway in the front.
Yeah.
Was it ever typical of anyone to park there?
Not really, unless, there were multiple friends there at the same time.
The morning of August 12th, when you had a conversation with Kacee, do you remember what time we're talking about?
I think it was probably around 8 o'clock, maybe 7:30.
What did you do after this conversation?
Went to the office.
In State's Exhibit 26, we can pull that up, please. You said before that I believe the office is this one with the 3 windows, is that right?
Yep.
When you're working in that office, how are you situated? Are you able to see out the window?
I am.
Do you remember anything that you saw out the window on August 12th, 2024?
Yeah, I saw a white Dodge Ram pickup truck pull up on the Circle Parkway there, or driveway and park.
Do you remember what time of day that was?
Roughly 10 o'clock in the morning.
At the time, did you know who owned this vehicle or why they were there?
No. Kacee, she had physical therapists coming, she had nurses coming, friends, so there was quite a bit of traffic that we were unfamiliar with.
You said around 10 a.m. you saw that truck pull up. Do you remember seeing anyone get out of it or?
No.
Based on how you're situated in that office, would you have seen if whoever got out of that truck went in the front door to the home?
Yeah.
Did they?
No.
When you're working in the office, do you ever have a need to go down to the basement during the day?
Yeah, so if I needed to get an insulin shot or use the bathroom.
On August 12th, do you remember specifically if you went down to the basement?
Not specifically, but in a normal day, during the course of the day, I'd probably make 2 trips down there.
Do you remember on August 12th if you saw, I mean, in those 2 trips that you would have made on a normal day, did you see Kacee down there?
Didn't see anything, anybody, and the way my office desk is situated, I can't see that long driveway on the side of the house, and anybody going in and out of that driveway or leaving the garage and going out, I wouldn't be able to see or know. And so, you know, I don't remember if I made trips down to the basement that day and didn't see anybody, that wouldn't have been unusual, because, you know, once Kacee got her car, she'd be gone often and I would never even know about it.
So she wasn't like a homebody where she just sits in her room all day long every day? She had
Yeah, once she
activities.
got the car, then, yeah, she'd get out and get around a little bit.
Did you think Kacee was home on August 12th, if you remember?
I started thinking it was a little strange that that truck was still there, but I had just assumed that it was one of Kacee's friends and they'd gone somewhere in her car.
You said you started thinking it was weird the truck was still there. Do you remember what time you would have thought that might have been odd?
Probably late afternoon into the evening.
And based on your normal habits, would you have likely gone downstairs by that point?
Yeah.
And you didn't see anybody?
No.
Did you hear anybody?
No.
Did Kacee have a TV in her bedroom?
Yes.
Did she watch TV a lot?
Yeah, she had a recliner in there that, you know, she had the stand that she would hang her IV stuff on, and so while she was doing the IV, she'd be in that recliner watching TV.
If Kacee's TV was on, is that something that you would have heard if you were to come down and get your insulin or go to the bathroom?
Possibly or probably.
Did you hear anything in the basement that day?
No.
Any pounding on a door or yelling or talking?
No.
Okay, turning to August 12th, later in the evening, did you go back down to the basement at some point?
Yeah, at about 9 o'clock, my dad came into the office. He said, I've been trying to get a hold of Kacee. She's not calling me back. I haven't seen her all day.
So, I'll stop you there, sorry. Is it normal for your dad to have tried to call Kacee rather than just walk downstairs and see if she was there himself?
Yeah.
Why is that normal?
Well, you know, if he just didn't usually go downstairs, because if she was sleeping or doing an IV or whatever, my dad hardly ever goes downstairs. The only reason he goes downstairs is to go to his den. He's got a big TV in there, and
but that's not very typical at the time. Would it be normal for your mom to ever go downstairs?
no,
And why not?
too hard for her to get up and down the stairs.
So sorry, I sidetracked you. You said around 9 p.m. your dad said that he could not get a hold of Kacee. What happened next?
I went downstairs to see if she was there.
Was it, I guess, what was the situation of the basement? Was it dark? Were there lights on?
No lights, it was dark, and I turned the hall light on and walked down the hall and then opened the door. There's no light coming under the door. Opened the door, and so the hall light shone into the bedroom, and when you walk into the door, the first thing you see is Kacee's bed. And
Sorry, I'm going to stop you there. I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 4. Let me know when you see that on your screen.
Yep,
Do you recognize that?
yep.
What is that?
Kacee's bedroom with her bed.
State moves to admit Exhibit 4.
No objection. Key to court receive State's Exhibit 4, wish to publish.
Yes, thank you. Is this viewpoint from the door to her room?
Yeah,
What did you see when you opened the door?
it was pretty dark, just the hall light, and so the hall light shone right on Kacee's bed, and I could see Kacee on the bed, and I could tell she was in distress. She sounded to me like she was drowning, really struggling to breathe.
Did she appear conscious?
No,
Had you ever seen her in this state before?
no.
How did you feel when you observed this?
Alarmed,
Why is that?
because this was abnormal. I'd never seen anything like it before. She was on her stomach and then rolling over to her side and then back onto her stomach, struggling to breathe.
You said she wasn't conscious, so how was she rolling? Describe that for us.
She's just almost like thrashing around.
Was anyone else in the room?
Yeah, Meggan was sitting in that recliner, that you see in the picture.
On the left of the bed?
Yeah. And then toward the right, behind that door, is Kacee's work chair. You can see her workstation there, the computer monitor, and that chair is, you know, what she used when she was working. And Megan's mother was sitting in that chair, and her father was standing behind her.
You said that you had maybe heard of Meggan before, but you had never met her before this night. How did you know that this was Meggan?
I didn't until I asked her who she was.
So when did that happen? You come in and you see the state of Kacee. What happened next?
I asked how long Kacee had been like that.
Did anyone respond?
Yeah, and I can't remember exactly, but I had the impression it was a long time. I said, I can't remember if I just said, I don't think I asked if they called an ambulance. I said, I'm going to call an ambulance.
Why did you say that?
Because I could see Kacee was in a bad way.
Do you recognize Meggan here in the courtroom today?
I do.
If you could point her out and briefly describe what she's wearing for the record.
Purple dress.
If record could reflect identification of the defendant.
Thank you.
When you said that you were going to call 911, what was the reaction, if any?
Panic.
From who?
Meggan.
What do you mean by panic?
She, in a raised voice, said, Kacee does not want to go to the hospital. She has a DNR.
or I guess, how did you know that they were her parents?
She told me.
Was that before or after you said you were calling 911?
I think before.
Did her parents have any kind of reaction to you saying you were calling
Well,
911?
it's dark in there, and again, I was focused on Kacee. I have no idea.
When Meggan said, panicked, that Kacee does not want to go to the hospital, she has a DNR, what was your reaction to that?
Well, I questioned that, and that's when I called Kylie, because if Kacee would have had a DNR, Kylie would have known about it.
You said you walked in and Kacee sounds like she's drowning and she's thrashing around. You said Meggan was sitting in the recliner, and I think you said Meggan's mom was in the chair. Where was Meggan's dad?
Standing behind the chair, behind Meggan's mom.
Were any of them doing anything to Kacee?
No.
Did you call Kylie?
I did.
What did you tell her?
I told her that Kacee's in trouble, and I feel like I need to call the paramedics. Does she have a DNR? And Kylie said no. And then I didn't even know who Meggan was at that time. I told her there's somebody here. And then I asked Meggan who she was, and that's when she told me.
Did you relate that to Kylie, that Meggan was there?
I did.
What did Kylie say?
Get her out of there.
Did she say why?
She's there to kill Kacee.
Were you still in the room when you called Kylie?
Yes.
Was she on speakerphone, or were you talking to her?
I wasn't on speakerphone.
Do you know if Meggan became aware of what Kylie said?
I'm not sure. Kylie's response was pretty loud, so.
I guess what happened next after you called Kylie?
I called 911 and I left the room, and because there's 3 entryways into the basement, so I went out the garage, up to the garage, out that door, opened the door, and then waited out on the driveway for the paramedics to get there so I could guide them in the right door.
While you're doing all of this, are you aware of what Meggan and her parents are doing?
No.
Did you go back to the basement?
When the paramedics got there, I took them down to the basement, and as we were coming down the hall toward Kacee's bedroom, Meggan and her parents were leaving.
What way out of the basement were they leaving?
I don't know. I was taking the paramedics into the basement. I don't know what door they left out of.
Did they say anything to you?
Her mother told me I should be ashamed of myself, that Meggan was the best friend that Kacee ever had.
Do you know why her mom may have said that at that time?
No.
If we could pull up what's been marked as State's Exhibit 6, and this is going to be an audio clip. I just want to play a few seconds of it and see if you recognize it.
$12, $2,000, $24, $21, $13, $33.
What's the address of your emergency?
5608 West.
We can pause it. Do you recognize this?
Yeah.
What is this?
That's me calling the 911.
Statements to admit Exhibit 6.
No objection.
Court received State's Exhibit 6.
We can publish that for the jury.
Go ahead.
$12, 2,000, 24, 21, 13, 33.
What's the address of your emergency?
6608 West Stevens Lane, Highland, Utah.
Okay, can I have you just repeat that for verification?
6608 West Stevens Lane, Highland, Utah.
Okay, what's the phone number you're calling in from?
My cell number is 801-592-4083.
Okay, tell me exactly what happened.
Okay, my niece lives here. This is my parents' home, and she lives with my parents. She's got major health issues, and she's unconscious, and she's been taking Lasix or fluid on her lungs, but it sounds like she's drowning. And I don't know if she's overdosed on something.
Okay, I'm getting all started that way. Stay on the line for me. I'm going to have a few questions for you, okay?
Okay.
And are you with her now?
Well, she's downstairs in her bedroom. I'm upstairs.
Okay, and then how old is she?
Mom, how old, Stacy? How old, Stacy? Yeah. She's like 37 or somewhere in that neighborhood.
Okay. And is she awake?
No.
Is she breathing?
No. Well, did you say breathing or breathing?
Breathing.
Yes, she's breathing, but it's really labored, and it sounds like she's got a lot of fluid in her lungs.
Okay, is she still unconscious?
Yeah.
Okay. We're going to check her breathing together to make sure it's all right. When I say go, I want you to watch her closely and tell me each time her chest rises. So if you need to...
Yeah, I've got to go downstairs.
Okay, you have to let me know when you're right there next to her.
I can hold the phone up and let you listen to her.
I'm going to have you tell me every time her chest rises, okay?
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
All right, ready? Go.
Rise. 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 Rise.
Okay. So I'm sending the paramedics to help you now. Stay on the line. I'm going to tell you exactly what to do next. If there is a defibrillator available, send somebody to get it now in case we need it later.
Okay, I don't think there is one here.
Okay. And then from now on, don't want her to have anything to eat or drink and might make her sick or cause further problems. Just let her rest in a most comfortable position waiting for help to arrive.
Okay.
And I'll stay on with you now as long as I can. I want you to watch her very closely and look for any changes. If she becomes less awake or starts getting worse, tell me immediately.
Okay. I'm gonna go back upstairs. I've got to have somebody walk for the ambulance.
Okay. She is in the basement, correct? You said she was in the basement, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, and is the center the best access for my paramedics?
Front door is going to be the best access. Well, no, I'm going to open the garage door. Tell them to pull up to the end of the driveway, and I'm going to open the garage door.
Okay, and then tell me when the paramedics are right there, whether And you said she also possibly has taken medications today?
Yeah, we've got an issue here. Her friend has been here all day, and her friend used to be the beneficiary on her life insurance policy.
Okay. And really quickly, was this accidental or intentional for the possible overdose?
We don't know. We don't know if the friend has been given her anything or not. The friend was here when I came down here. Her parents were here. And when I told them I was calling for the ambulance, they all got upset.
Okay.
And so we're not sure if they find some chemical in her system. We're going to look at that of the friend. Because she thinks she's still the beneficiary of my niece's life insurance, and I don't think she is. I think my niece took her off of it.
Okay. And is there any Narcan available?
I don't even know what that is.
Okay. And then what is your name for the report?
Mark Farnsworth.
Mark. And what's your niece's name?
Kacee, and it's K-A-C-E-E. Don't let them in the front. Well, they're going to come up to the back here. I can hear the sirens.
Okay.
I got to move my truck out of the way so they can get to the garage.
Okay, and there are my paramedics there with you now?
Yeah, they're just coming in. My dad's out there fighting them with trying to get these access to them.
Okay, I'm gonna let you go now since they're there with you, okay?
Okay.
All right.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Bye.
I'm gonna ask that we pull up State's Exhibit 1. In that call, you're describing where the ambulance is going to come in and where you're going to direct them to come in. Can you point that out on this exhibit?
Okay, so you see the straight driveway. The garage is that part of the house on the upper right. And so I opened the garage door, and they brought the gurney in through the garage door and then down the steps in the garage that go down into the basement.
And you said that at some point Megan and her parents were leaving. You didn't remember what exit they took?
Never saw.
Would you have seen if they came out the garage way?
No, I passed them in the hallway, and I didn't see if they went out through the garage or out the kitchen door, over the patio and up those stairs.
When you passed them in the hallway, had EMS already responded? Were they with you?
Yeah.
Do you remember if any of them were carrying anything when they left?
Yeah, there were, I think, 4 of them there.
Sorry, let me clarify, not EMS, Megan and her parents.
Oh, I don't remember.
So you say you think 4 EMS were there. How long were they there, I guess at some point did they take Kacee?
Yeah.
Do you know how long they were there working on Kacee before they took her?
Probably about 15 minutes.
Had Meggan or her parents told you what happened to cause Kacee to be in this state at any time?
I don't recall if they did.
If they had told you, do you think that's something you would have relayed to the paramedics?
Yeah.
So after about 15 minutes when they took Kacee, what happened to her room? Anything?
After, we went down to the hospital after they took Kacee, and then that was the night that there was a major hailstorm and the basement flooded. Several homes on the street there had the same issue, flooding in their basements.
Let me stop you there. You said that we went to the hospital. Who's we?
So it would have been, I went, and then my parents went, and then we would have called my sister, who lives in Saratoga Springs. She came to the hospital.
But from your household, you and your parents?
Yeah.
Went. Did police arrive with EMS, or?
Yeah.
Did you see them arrive?
Yes.
Do you know what, if anything, they were doing at the home?
I didn't pay a lot of attention to what they were doing. I was kind of focused on Kacee, and I think the paramedics had some questions for me, while they were administering the Kacee. So I didn't pay a lot of attention at first to what the police were doing, but then they had me do a report.
Okay.
So I sat in on the kitchen bar with one of the officers and filled out the report.
Was that before or after you went to the hospital?
Before.
You said that paramedics had some questions for you. Do you remember what types of questions?
No,
Were you able to give, do you remember any answers you were able to give?
just basically what I've said here.
Did you have any idea what was going on with Kacee?
No.
You mentioned the flood. You said it happened the night of the 12th?
Yeah.
What did you do in response to that flood?
Well, we were all at the hospital while that was happening. And then Officer Farney and I went back from the hospital back to the house. That's when we discovered that the basement was flooded. And there was water on the floor. And I took my phone, I set my phone on the bed to make sure it stayed out of the water, and then Kacee's workstation was flooded, and that computer has got the personal health information of thousands of people on it. And so I was concerned about that, but the flood destroyed the computer.
Okay.
But I wanted to make sure that that was safe.
But you said it was damaged.
Yeah, yeah.
What, if anything, did the flood do to the flooring in Kacee's room?
It ruined the carpet.
And
The homeowner's insurance paid to have a lot of the sheetrock and the window casing replaced, and they painted everything and replaced the carpet.
were you involved in that cleanup? Did you pull up any carpet or anything like
Yeah.
that? When would that have happened?
Probably 4 or 5 days later. When it started, the carpet started to stink.
Did you find anything when you pulled up the carpet?
Not that I remember.
Do you remember letting Detective Farney know that you found a syringe?
Yeah, vaguely, and I don't remember a lot about that, but
Do you have any memory of where that syringe was found?
it seems like it was on the floor over close to where that recliner was.
Is it something that you had to pull up the carpet to find?
No.
Are you aware of, I guess, do you know how many syringes total were found in Kacee's room?
No.
How many did you personally find?
Would have been that one only.
And you found it when you were pulling up the carpet?
Yeah, I can't remember for sure. I don't think I went back in the bedroom until I got the okay from the detective to go back in.
Okay, so.
In fact, I know I wouldn't have.
Okay, so, at some point, police said, don't go in the room, and you needed an okay to get back in the room, is that fair?
Yeah, after the detective got what she needed out of there, and she sealed the room, and then I forgot that I left my phone in there, so I called her, and she said, cut the tape and get your phone, don't touch anything else.
Okay, was this before or after you pulled up the carpet and found the syringe?
Before.
So at that point, had police searched the room?
Yeah.
Did you give them permission to do that, or did they get a search warrant, or both? Do you know?
You know, I don't recall specifically giving them permission, but, you know, I'm the one that called and said, we got a problem, so if I would have asked for it, I'd said, yeah.
So at the time you would have found the syringe in dealing with the carpet, it would have been after police had sealed off the room and searched it. Does that sound fair?
Yeah.
We talked about this trash can on the patio, the back patio. Do you remember finding anything there?
Yeah, a few days later, I was cleaning up back there, and there was an orange Fanta soda box, and that was Casey's favorite drink, and so it was in the garbage can. I pulled it out of the garbage can to smash it down, to step on it and flatten it out, and when I did that, there was something in the box, and so I pulled that out, and that's where I found the vial of insulin, and there was a rag in there.
Let me stop you there. You said a few days later. Do you remember when this would have been?
Probably 3 or 4 days after the 12th.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 7. Do you recognize that?
Yep.
What is this?
That's the soda box that I found, and then the rag that was in it, and the Novolog insulin and the syringe.
State moves to admit Exhibit 7.
No objection.
Thank you. Court received State's Exhibit 7, wish to publish.
Yes, thank you. Did you take this photo? Do you know?
I don't remember doing it, but I don't know who else would have.
I guess, what did you do when you found these items?
Called Detective Farney.
Did she instruct you to do anything particular with the items?
I can't remember if she told me to not touch anything or put it in a plastic bag. I don't remember.
At some point, did she come collect those items at least?
Yeah, she did.
We see here a Novolog box and vial. That's short-acting insulin, is that right?
Yeah, the fast-acting insulin.
Fast-acting, sorry.
Yeah.
Do you have memory of whether there was anything in the vial?
Yeah, there was insulin in it.
Is that something that you would have thrown away?
At that point, yeah, because that little orange cap was off the top of it.
Would you have ever thrown away insulin in the patio garbage can?
Normally, I would.
Did you, is this something that you threw away?
No,
How do you know that?
because I would never throw something like that in the garbage can and or out on the patio. So normally, if I was throwing that stuff away right there, first thing I'd do would be break the needle off of the syringe, and then put everything back in that box and then throw it away, throw it in a garbage can.
What garbage would you have used to throw it away?
Depending on where I found it, the closest one to where I found it. So if it would have been in the kitchen downstairs, there's a trash can in the kitchen there, I'd have thrown it in that.
How are you confident that you didn't throw these items away that we see in Exhibit 7?
100%.
I want to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 24. Let me know when you see that.
I see it.
What is this?
It's like a life insurance policy.
Do you recognize it as something you've seen before?
I have never seen it before.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 30. Do you recognize this?
Never seen it before.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 8. Do you recognize this?
No, never seen that before.
Did, at any time, did you go through documents or boxes in Kacee's room looking for particular documents?
Yeah, after Kacee passed, and we could get back in the room, my sister and I went through her closet. My brother, a few years ago, had made her a wooden box that she kept important paperwork in, that she kept up on the shelf in the closet. So we got that out and went through that.
Were you looking for anything in particular?
May have been looking for life insurance information. And at that point, we had probably discovered the issues with my mom and dad's credit card. And
I'm going to get to that in just a second. Sorry to cut in. Why may you have been looking for life insurance documents at that time?
well, you know, we were looking just to see what was in there. A lot of pictures and things like that were in there, and just going through to see what was in there.
If you had found anything of note, anything about life insurance or anything like that, would you have contacted the detective?
Yeah.
You mentioned issues with your mom's credit card. Tell me a little bit about what you thought was going on there, or what,
Well,
at the time, what you thought was going on.
we, my mom and dad had started having some financial issues, and my sister and I couldn't figure it out. It didn't make sense. And Kacee had been kind of managing, making sure their bills got paid on time and things like that. And they had a number of credit cards, and so we told Kacee to cancel some of the credit cards so there was just one that my mom and dad used. And we found out later after Kacee passed that...
Let me stop you there, because I want to go in order. Before Kacee passed, what, if anything, did you know about anything unusual about your parents' finances?
We didn't know anything, we didn't know what was going on until after she passed, but...
And sorry to cut you off again. Do you remember, did you have any, I guess, recognizing that something odd is happening or unusual?
Yeah, we couldn't figure out why they were having a hard time paying their bills.
Do you remember what the timing of that concern was?
Yeah. So my sister and I said, sat down together and said, we got to figure this out. And nothing was making any sense. So I said, I'm gonna go down to the bank tomorrow and have Kelly. Kelly's a VP at the bank, and she's a family friend. I said, I'm going to have Kelly run off a year's worth of bank statements, credit card statements, and stuff like that.
You said you were having this conversation with your sister.
Yeah.
Do you remember when that was?
It would have been a day or two before Kacee died.
So Kacee was still alive when this conversation happened?
Yep.
Was she present for this conversation?
Yeah.
Did she react in any way?
No, if she did, I didn't notice. We were in the upstairs kitchen sitting at the bar, and Kacee was at the kitchen sink, so I didn't notice anything.
Did you end up going to the bank?
I did.
At what point?
It would have been maybe the 12th or 13th,
So
a day or two after.
After the conversation?
Yeah.
So if Kacee, the stuff with the base, I won't say the day she died because that's not true, but the day we're talking about is August 12th. Do you remember what day Kacee ended up dying?
I think she's in the hospital 2 or 3 days before she died.
Were you and your family, you said you all went to the hospital initially. Did you stay and monitor Kacee? How were people behaving when she was still alive and being treated?
Yeah. My mom and dad stayed, and my sister Kacee Lyn stayed. I left with Detective Farney to go back to seal up Kacee's room.
And then it sounds like you're dealing with the flood issues.
Yeah.
So does that help place in time when you would have gone to the bank?
From a timing standpoint, the only thing I can think is if I would have been aware of what was going on with the credit card, the bank issue, the morning of the 12th when Kacee and I were talking in the basement, our conversation would have been different.
What does that mean?
If I would have been aware at that point that there were some problems banking, we would have been talking about it rather than having the conversation about her getting her insurance license and knee replacement and that stuff.
You would have confronted Kacee about it?
Yep.
And the fact that that was not how your conversation went on the 12th, does that mean that you had not yet discovered what was going on?
Right.
Did you confront her about anything afoot with your parents' finances before she died?
No.
had you found out while she was still alive that maybe she was taking money from your parents, would you have called the police?
I would have had a conversation with her, especially if I would have known the details. I say, okay, I would have said, you've got a choice here. You can work to get your insurance license and start generating income and pay grandma and grandpa back, or we'll call the police.
Would you have wanted to see her get charged or go to jail or anything for that?
No, I wouldn't have wanted to do that, but if we couldn't have figured out a way to get that money paid back to my parents, then.
But it sounds like you would have tried to work on a way to accomplish that before involving any authorities.
Yeah, I would have had that conversation with her and my sister, and we'd have brought Kylie in on that conversation too. And, you know, I mean, our family, we love Kacee, and we would have done whatever we could to help her get on track and in a position that she could move forward and have a little bit of a life.
Are you confident that this confronting about any finances had not happened but at the time she died?
Yeah, we hadn't had that conversation.
Do you know what priesthood blessings are?
I do.
What does that phrase mean to you?
You know, in the faith system that I belong to, we believe that there is power and authority from God given to men. And with that authority, blessings can be given.
Did Kacee ever ask you to give her a blessing?
Yeah.
Are there specific, like designated reasons for blessings? Or
Yeah.
certain, like, different protocols that you follow for different purposes?
Yeah.
What purposes did Kacee ask for a blessing?
For comfort, for healing. Those would have been the two that she would have asked me about.
Did she ever ask you for a blessing of release?
No.
And sorry, I'm backtracking a little bit. Going back to, you referenced insulin that you found in Kyle's room after he passed in the desk. Do you remember that? Do you remember exactly, or I guess, do you remember if any syringes were found at that time?
I don't remember.
And then what did you do with whatever insulin was found in that desk?
Put it in the fridge until I notified Detective Farney. And I can't remember if she had me save it for her or if I ended up throwing it away. I need to pull this chair up and get my leg in the air.
I think now would be the time for a good break anyway. We've been going an hour and 40 minutes.
Yeah, yep, in fact, I think I can be done.
We'll still reserve the right if you want to ask more questions after, once you go through that. But let's take our mid-afternoon break. We've been going for a bit. A little bit of a rest. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to take a break. You are admonished by the court that it is your duty not to converse among yourselves or to converse with any other person on any subject of the trial, and it is your duty not to form or express an opinion thereon. The case is finally submitted to you. This includes no individual research on the parties. Please be seated. Council, let's come back. Let's come back at 20 after, and we'll go until 5, unless we need to take a break sometime. Let's come back at 20 after. Thank you.
All rise.
Oh, I just need to stand.
I really wanted to be a cop when I was so bad. I was like an idiot and got married. No, actually, I tested. No, they were hiring.
going to go back on the record on case 251-401-132, State of Utah versus Sundwall. Counsel, anything we need to cover?
Yes, Judge. I apologize. I know this is not ideal, but we have a witness, Dr. West, who is only available today. We are a lot behind what we anticipated scheduling-wise, and so Mr. Williams has agreed to let us put him, if Your Honor is agreeable, let us put on Dr. West before the cross of Mark. Mark may, I'm not sure how long Mr. Williams has for him, but he may bleed a little bit into tomorrow, but Dr. West is unavailable any other day.
Certainly, Mr. Williams, are you okay with that?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm more happy to accommodate.
I can't tell you how much I appreciate the lines of communication staying open as far as witnesses and making things happen. And trying to stay on schedule, so.
We're trying.
Yeah, that's just fine. Is he here right now?
He is, yeah.
Okay, let's bring the jury in then.
All rise for the jury.
Thank you. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, welcome back. We're going to take things a little bit out of order right now. The state's going to call a new witness, and we're going to have that witness testify, just based on scheduling, and these things happen in trial. It really doesn't matter what order witnesses are called. So we're going to hear from a new witness right now, and after that, then Mr. Williams will have a chance to cross-examine Mr. Farnsworth. Call your witness.
The state calls Dr. Christopher West.
Thank you. Please come forward, sir. Come on up here near the clerk. We'll get you sworn in.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you shall give in the case now before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes. Come on up here and have a seat. Appreciate you being here. The only thing I ask is you keep that mic in front of you so we can all hear and we can make a good record.
Okay.
If you start to wander, I'll let you know.
Thank you.
Thank you. Counsel.
Thank you. If you could please state your name for the record.
Christopher Reed West,
What's your occupation?
orthopedic surgeon,
How long have you been an orthopedic surgeon?
5 years.
I want to go through briefly your education and training to become an orthopedic surgeon. What does that process look like?
After undergraduate, do 4 years of medical school, followed by a 5-year residency, followed by an optional year fellowship, with which most orthopedic surgeons do.
Did you do that?
Yes.
So if my math is right, that's 6 years training total?
6 years plus an additional year of a traveling fellowship abroad.
Okay, so 7 years total? Mm-hmm. Do you perform knee replacement surgeries as part of your practice?
Yes.
Where do you practice?
I practice at Tosh, the Orthopedic Specialty Hospital, and LDS Hospital.
Were you the orthopedic surgeon for Kacee Terry?
Yes.
Do you remember when you first began treating her?
Yes.
When was that?
That was at, I believe it was at the end of 2024.
when I saw her in clinic for the first time.
The end, are we talking December or?
I believe it was late fall that we saw her for the first time.
Late fall. Did you end up performing a knee replacement on her?
Yes.
Do you remember when that happened?
That happened in the summer of 2025.
If I tell you that she died in August of 2024, does that help refresh your recollection of when that surgery would have been performed?
It does. I remember that it was around 2 months after we performed the surgery that I heard about her passing.
So that would put the surgery in the summer of 2024? Does that sound right?
No, the summer of 2025, I believe.
So, I'm sorry, if I tell you that she died in August of 2024.
That would make sense, that would be 2024.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. Do you remember exactly when the knee surgery was, or the knee replacement was performed?
I apologize. I'll need a refresher on the date.
Would July 23rd, 2024 make sense to you?
That does make sense, yes. And so I would have met her initially, at the end of the previous year.
Okay.
So 2023.
What's typical? How far in advance do you meet with a patient? And I know it might differ, but before you elect to perform a surgery?
Typically, if I'm seeing a new patient for the very first time, it depends on if they've undergone previous treatments for their knee arthritis most often. And if they already have undergone all previous non-operative therapies and it really feels to everyone like surgery is the next step, then usually that's going to be scheduled about 2 months in advance as long as there are no other extenuating circumstances.
Do you remember what, if any, condition Kacee had affecting her knees?
Kacee had end-stage osteoarthritis of the knee.
Do you remember how old she was when you met with her?
I believe she was 37 or 38.
Is that typical for a 37 or 38-year-old?
No. I would say of the population that I perform knee replacements on, it's probably less than 5% that are in that age category.
How do you diagnose this? Is this her telling you about pain, or is this something that you independently verify through other means?
Pain tips us off to a deeper investigation, which starts with x-rays, and that's how we make the diagnosis of the source of her pain.
So in her situation, her x-rays were consistent with, sorry, what did you say?
Osteoarthritis.
Osteoarthritis. Was that present in both knees?
It was.
Were they about the same level of that condition, or was one worse than the other?
One was worse than the other. The one that we treated was definitely a few steps along and was down to the bone-on-bone stage.
What does that mean if it's down to the bone-on-bone stage? You mentioned non-surgical treatment options may be something that you explore with the patient. Is that something you'd consider if it's bone-on-bone?
Yes. I would say the decision to proceed with surgery is based mostly on symptoms and failure of conservative means. Bone-on-bone refers to complete degradation of the cartilage. Arthritis is a disease of cartilage, and when that's completely worn down so there's no cartilage left, that colloquially gets referred to as bone-on-bone.
And that was the condition of one of Kacee's knees?
Yes.
Do you remember the condition of the other knee?
We rate severity of osteoarthritis on a scale, Kilgren-Lawrence, 1 to 4. I would have rated the treated knee that we performed surgery on as a grade 4. So that's why I say end stage. I would have said that her other knee was grade 2 to 3.
Are grades 4 and then 2 to 3 on the other knee, are those something that surgery may be appropriate for?
We generally, if we're just looking at x-rays, which the decision is based on more than just x-ray findings, but if we're typically looking at x-rays, often 1 to 2 grade is able to be treated non-operatively, where the symptoms are able to be controlled with non-operative means and often can avoid surgery. Grades 3 to 4 often cannot avoid surgery entirely, and we're often not able to achieve adequate pain relief without surgery.
And at least one of her knees was grade 4?
Yes.
And the other was 2 to 3?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember what knee was replaced?
I believe it was her left knee that we replaced.
If I told you that it was the right?
If you told me it was the right, you may be correct. So I apologize.
No, you're okay. What's your process like when you meet with a patient to determine if they're a good candidate for knee replacement?
It typically involves a face-to-face conversation. I talk about their pain with them, how long they've had the pain, the characteristics of their pain, what other treatments they have tried to help with their pain up to that point, including physical therapy, injections, medications. We review their x-rays together with them. And then I also review some social characteristics. I talk to them about where they live, who they live with, if they have a stable living situation, other aspects of their social health, smoking history, other substance abuse, other medical conditions that might affect recovery or safety of the surgery itself. And then we have a conversation about all the options that are available.
Okay. Do you remember having such a consultation with Kacee?
Yes.
Did she tell you that she had cancer?
No.
Did she tell you that she was born with only one kidney?
Yes.
Is that something that you would have been able to independently verify as part of your process?
Independently, without some direction from her, I probably would have picked that up in a review of her medical records prior to surgery. However, in the initial consultation, it likely would not have come up if she had not brought it up.
Is that something that you did verify, though, that she was only born with one kidney?
Yes.
Does that affect how you may go about your surgery with a knee replacement?
Not the surgery itself, but some of the medications that we prescribed post-surgery would have been scaled back a little bit. Not so much in light of her single kidney, but the fact that she had a history of chronic kidney disease. And so that warranted more caution with some of the medications, specifically nonsteroidal anti-inflammatory medications.
Okay, I'm going to get back to that in a second. You mentioned that in a consultation about whether a knee replacement is appropriate, you go through, I forget what you termed it, social aspects of a patient. You mentioned finding out who they live with, support system, things like that. Why is that important to determine before electing to perform a surgery?
I think during recovery after knee replacement, we're trying to make sure that the patient is going to be able to keep themselves clean, that they're going to be able to avoid falls. I think that necessitates a certain amount of minimal support. They're able to be fairly independent getting up and getting around the house, but making sure that they have family or friends or a support network that can respond to them if needed is important. And then for cleanliness, for infection prevention as well.
Did Kacee appear to have the needed support network to be an appropriate candidate for surgery?
Based on her description of her contacts that surrounded her, it sounded like she did have a stable enough support network to have a successful recovery.
As part of social issues that you talk about with the patient considering knee replacement, do you talk about mental health issues?
Yes.
Why is that important?
I think that can affect mostly patients' recovery process and their perception of pain and their ability to cope and do the necessary work together with physical therapy to get their motion back after a knee replacement. I think that depression and anxiety can often amplify the pain that patients can experience.
If somebody has severe depression or anxiety, does that affect whether you elect to perform surgery on them and something as serious as a knee replacement?
Sometimes. I would say most of the time. Patients who I speak with depression and anxiety are already undergoing some form of treatment or counseling, and it is in a controlled enough state that it's safe to proceed. However, in extreme cases, I would refer to somebody to a behavioral health specialist prior to proceeding with scheduling the surgery. And I did not think that her case at the time meeting her warranted that type of a delay.
What types of things would you need to observe or hear about depression or anxiety that would give you pause about performing surgery? Like you said, that you may need to refer them to get that under control before surgery is appropriate.
I think that if I was witnessing an active mental health problem that clearly was not controlled patient had emotional reactions to the conversation we were having that were out of proportion to the conversation, or if there was significant concern that they might be, that their safety might be in jeopardy due to self-harm, that would be a concern, or if somebody was clearly actively hallucinating or having other mental health manifestations, then that would be a reason.
Did you see any of these problems with Kacee?
No.
What's recovery like for a knee replacement?
Typically, it's an outpatient surgery, which can mean either discharging the same day from surgery or discharging the next day within a 23-hour period. Typically, people are full weight bearing as tolerated. Typically require crutches or a walker for balance in the first week or two, often getting away from that by the time that we see them at their 2-week appointment to check the wound, make sure the wound is healing well. It involves pretty rigorous physical therapy, especially in that first month, where we want to see significant progress week by week in getting the motion back as the pain starts to get more under control and the swelling goes down. Usually by a month, things are feeling very under control and the motion is on track.
So when you're analyzing somebody's mental state before surgery, their motivation and ability to engage in physical therapy is a huge part of what you're assessing?
It is.
And why is that?
Because if they're not motivated or able or in a stable situation where they can participate with that physical therapy, then they probably will not get their motion back. And if that persists for a few months, then sometimes that can become a problem that will not resolve with time, and sometimes is a reason for consideration of revision surgeries in the future.
Did Kacee talk to you about having depression or anxiety in the past?
Yes.
What did she say about that?
She said that she told me that it had been an issue that she had dealt with for a very long time, but that she felt that it was in a stable state of control at that time, and that she was feeling like she was ready to get her life together in other ways as well. And that's why she was considering getting the knee taken care of.
Do you just rely on what a patient tells you about their own mental health, or do you make, I guess, other observations about how they're functioning?
We make other observations about how they're functioning. Compliance with non-operative treatments is a part of that, and I think that's a good clue as to whether their mental health is sufficient for them to follow the instructions that they'll be given post-operatively. And from what she told me in our initial discussion, it seemed that she had trialed all those non-operative means from a technical standpoint successfully, although it didn't yield the outcome that she had been looking for up to that point.
Did she present as stable and appropriate for surgery?
Yes.
Are you also taking into account just how a patient presents? You said that somebody having like active hallucinations obviously would not be a good candidate. What other things do you observe about them personally, if anything?
Overall cleanliness. I typically am observing their dentition as we're talking, and sometimes have them smile, like, we're assessing infection risk from that standpoint. So lots of physical characteristics. I always do a physical exam of the knee. I think smell, as a marker of personal hygiene as well, is something that factors into it a little bit. These are things that are not necessarily, well, they're very subjective tests, obviously, but they raise suspicion of markers of instability or lack of self-care. And then appropriate responses to questions as we move through the conversation.
Anything concerning about your discussions or meeting with Kacee in that regard?
Not in particular.
You found her appropriate for a knee replacement?
I did.
And I reminded you that happened on July 23rd, 2024. Does that sound right?
That does sound correct.
You mentioned that you can be outpatient usually. Do you remember if she had to stay longer than is typical?
She didn't stay longer than typical. She did, if I recall correctly, I believe that she did leave that same day, that evening. So she did well with physical, which means that she did well with physical therapy. She passed all their tests, and she was able to discharge within that outpatient window.
You kind of referenced the typical recovery process. I think that you talked about some follow-up appointments. What are the date markers of when you want to see a patient back after a knee replacement?
I see patients back at the 2-week mark and then at the 6-week mark. If they're doing very well at the 6-week mark, then we may spread out the follow-ups till 1 year post-surgery. If there are still some things that we need to keep an eye on, then we'll see them at the 3-month mark as well.
Do you remember discussing with Kacee whether surgery on the second knee was considered or appropriate?
We did discuss it. It was, we decided to proceed with the first knee and see how the recovery went. And again, I think that her history of depression, even though it seems stable to me, was part of that consideration. We wanted to just make sure that the first recovery went well before we proceeded with the other side.
So you said that you like to see patients at the 2-week mark. Do you remember if you saw Kacee again after her surgery on July 23rd?
We did. My physician's assistant saw her and discussed her case with me, and I reviewed her X-rays.
Do you remember what day that would have been?
That would have been 2 weeks after the surgery.
If I tell you July 31st, does that sound about right?
That does sound right.
How was she? You reviewed her X-rays at the 2-week mark. How was she progressing?
She was progressing well. From a knee standpoint, there didn't appear to be any complications. The wound was healing well, no signs of infection. Her motion was starting off on the right foot. She was getting at least 0 to 90 degrees of motion, which for the 2-week mark was kind of the minimum that we wanted to see. So she was showing the progress that we felt was needed. The only concerning thing that we saw at her 2-week appointment was that I believe there was an ER visit in the interim between her discharge and her follow-up with us, but that was more related to her fluid status and kidneys than something specific to her knee.
Okay, I'm going to come back to that in a second, but at the 2-week mark, other than the ER visit that happened in between, you said that she was progressing as was expected or sufficient. What does that mean about what she must have been doing at home in recovery?
It means that she was motivated to do her home exercise program as was instructed to her by physical therapy before she discharged from the hospital. So it's generally a good sign that our feeling that she was an appropriate candidate was bearing out as time went on.
What does that home physical therapy regimen look like?
It typically involves making sure that you're getting up and walking every hour, and 5-10 minutes of walking is sufficient to the bathroom, to the kitchen. Make sure you're getting the blood pumping so you're preventing blood clots. Make sure you're breathing well so you're not having developing pneumonias. And then typically the range of motion exercises that physical therapy teaches them are pretty gentle in the first couple weeks, but typically patients are instructed to do that about 4 or 5 times per day.
Anything about Kacee's presentation at the 2-week follow-up appointment that made you concerned that she was not doing all of that correctly or appropriately?
No.
Her other knee, I think you said, was in the scale or grade a 2 to 3.
Mm-hmm.
She had expressed interest in replacing the other knee,
Yes.
and I believe you said that you were going to see how she was doing with healing at the 6-week mark before talking about that more seriously.
Correct.
If she had been progressing as normal at the 6-week mark, would you have deemed her a good candidate for that second knee replacement?
If she was showing if she was continuing to show good progress in her recovery and she was feeling that she was ready to proceed with that, then I would have agreed to putting her on the schedule.
What medications do you typically, well, that might be a bad question. What medications did you prescribe to Kacee after this surgery?
We prescribed what we typically prescribe, which is aspirin for blood clot prevention, typically 81 milligrams twice a day. We prescribe a stool softener to be taken as long as there's any narcotics on board, which we prescribed her 5 milligrams of oxycodone, which is what we typically prescribe to be taken every 4 to 6 hours as needed. We understood that that was on top of what she had already been taking. She had been working with, I can't remember if it was her PCP or a pain specialist that was prescribing it, but I think she was taking 10 milligrams of oxycodone per day for chronic pain. And so we're a little judicious on what we prescribe from an opioid standpoint, but felt it was safe to up that to 15 milligrams total.
And sorry to interrupt, do you up that because patients develop a tolerance for that, or what's the reason for that?
There is a tolerance that's developed, and typically people who are on chronic opioid dosing going into surgery will respond well to our typical dosing schedule on top of their baseline. And typically we prescribe that for the first 2 to 4 weeks, and then we hand that pain management back over to their pain specialist. So to finish your other question, so those are the medications that we prescribe, along with scheduled Tylenol, 1,000 milligrams every 6 hours.
Do you prescribe anything for nausea?
As needed.
Do you remember if you gave Kacee anything for nausea?
Not to my recollection.
Did you limit her ability to get refills on the oxycodone?
I don't recall ever, if she did request a refill, I don't recall saying no. We typically will prescribe 20 tablets, and about half of our patients at 2 weeks are not requesting a refill, and if they do, then that's something that we will do without too many barriers, if we feel like that's safe.
You don't remember either way whether Kacee requested that?
I don't remember if she requested a refill.
You mentioned an ER visit that happened in between surgery on the 23rd and her follow-up on the 31st. Were you made aware of why she went to the ER?
I believe she was having some fluid overload symptoms. I believe her swelling was a part of that, and she had concern of whether her excessive swelling had anything to do with her kidney function.
Could the two be related? I guess, could the knee replacement have led to fluid retention, or I guess that's a bad question. What did you say she went to the ER for? Something about fluids?
When I reviewed the records, I believe that the ER had said that she was presenting with a chief complaint of fluid management, fluid overload, because if the kidneys aren't working, then sometimes you can retain fluid inappropriately. They didn't find anything too concerning in the ER visit, and she was able to discharge home from there. And my interpretation of their testing and results, because her labs were all reviewed, were that she was probably experiencing normal postoperative swelling, which can be surprising for some people.
Are you aware if she was prescribed anything for nausea at the ER?
When I reviewed the records, I do believe Phenergan was on the list of what they administered to her. I don't know if they prescribed her anything to go home with, but I do know they administered Phenergan.
Does Phenergan have another name?
Reglan?
What's promethazine?
Promethazine is a generic form of that, yes.
Oh. You expected to see her back at the 6-week mark, I'm guessing?
Yes.
Did that happen?
No, it did not.
Why not?
At the time, I didn't know. Some people have scheduling conflicts, and if they see us at 7 weeks, 8 weeks after surgery, that's not atypical. We do like there to be at least one check-in. I learned through our own system of reporting of a death that occurred on one of my patients within 90 days, and that's how I learned of her death.
So that's something that your system tracks automatically?
Yes.
Were you surprised that a death had occurred in this case?
Yes.
Why were you surprised?
death within 90 days is a metric that's followed nationally, and as it should be, it's extremely rare.
When you heard that a death happened here, what did you do, if anything?
I reached out to contact numbers that were within her chart. I got a hold of her sister, and I wanted to talk to somebody primarily to offer my condolences. I had no idea what the cause of death was at that point, and I felt like it was appropriate to ask at that point what happened, and it sounded like there was still not a clear-cut answer, but I was made aware at that point that there was an investigation that was opening pertaining to her cause of death.
Were you made aware that suicide was being, I guess, considered at the time as a potential cause of death?
I was aware that that was probably going to be one of the potential causes explored.
How did you feel about that pertaining to Kacee?
It would be a very sobering realization to realize that one of my patients committed suicide so close to her surgery, and it would have made us go back and look with much scrutiny on our own decision-making process regarding the stability of her situation.
Did you do that here?
Yes.
Find anything that you should have raised your eyebrows that you had missed?
No.
Have you treated patients with suicidal ideation before?
Surgically?
Yes.
Not with active suicidal ideation, no.
Have you treated them not surgically, just as patients?
Yes.
And I guess what signs do they exhibit that you might be looking for in somebody that is looking to be a candidate for surgery?
Objection is when I'm going to see foundation on this subject.
That's not.
I guess in what setting have you worked with or treated patients with suicidal ideation?
In the clinic, treating osteoarthritis of the hip and knee.
And is that something that I think we've talked about that, you try to rule that out before you elect to perform surgery on these patients? Is that fair?
Yes, I'd say that our questioning doesn't often specifically go there unless we have other things in the conversation that make us think that there's some instability from a mental health standpoint.
This might sound like a silly and obvious question, but what is the purpose of a knee replacement surgery?
To improve the quality of life.
Is knee arthritis a terminal condition?
No.
Would you operate on somebody that you had determined to be medically unstable or near death?
No.
Would you operate on somebody that you considered to be suicidal?
No.
I don't have anything further.
Good afternoon. I don't know why I have to remind myself at this time of the day, but ask a few questions, obviously on the same subject. My name's Scott Williams. We've never met, right?
No.
Doctor, how much time total do you think you spent with in person with Kacee Terry?
I probably spent about 45 minutes with her in her initial consultation.
And then the rest of the time, well, there was another time that you were with her. She was unconscious because you performed surgery on her knee, right?
I met her on the day of surgery prior to the surgery, and we probably had a 10-minute conversation at that time as well.
But, and it looked, don't think you put an L or you put a marker on the knee you're supposed to do the surgery on, right?
Yes.
And talk to him about, you okay, we're ready to go under?
Yes.
Tell her I had some surgery. So 45 minutes before you operated on her knee, and you never talked to her again afterwards, right?
Until the day of surgery, no. I did not. My team did.
Well, she came back for one post-op visit that a PA conducted, right?
Yes.
You did not see Kacee Terry?
Not after the surgery, no.
So by the time that you learned of her death, and as you had indicated, references to suicide and things like that, that I think you said you looked back over the protocol. I'll get to that in a minute. But at the time you learned that she had died, you had spent 45 minutes, maybe, with Kacee Terry.
I believe I spent 45 minutes, yes.
Well, is there some record that you ever made about the interview you did with her?
There's our clinical notes that records our conversation.
Have you reviewed those?
Yes.
So do you have them here?
No.
When did you last review them? I mean, we were off by a year on the knee surgery and we got the wrong knee. Well, when did you last look at your records?
I last looked at them last week.
Okay. And so in this 45 minutes that you're trying to assess Kacee Terry, among the things you did acknowledge was that it includes learning about maybe some mental health issues, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Sorry, I need an audible. I'm not badgering you when I do that. What you learn from Kacee Terry, you learned what was basically, according to her, right, subjective.
Yes.
You never looked at any other records.
We did look at other records.
Did you have Dr. Masteller's records available to you, her primary care physician?
Yes, I did. So I did not review those personally, but my team, my clinical nurse, and my physician's assistant did review the primary care physician's records and did not see any contraindications to surgery at that time.
Well, let's talk about, we don't know what they saw, and in court we can't say what they said they saw, but someone else looked into records that included her primary care physician's records, is that right?
Yes.
So no one told you about suicidal ideation that she had made to Dr. Masteller?
Correct.
Would that have been interesting to you?
It would have been.
To learn that she had been referred out for mental health services because of suicidal ideation expressed to her primary care physician?
It definitely would have been concerning if that had been within the last few months, yes.
Okay. Also, it sounds like you did know that she was being prescribed in what seems like an extraordinary amount of pain medication. She was being prescribed oxycodone, right? By Dr. Masteller.
She was being prescribed oxycodone by her primary care physician. I don't know if I agree that that's an extraordinary amount based on what I typically see.
How long was she on that with Dr. Masteller, that pain medication plan?
From my understanding, it had been years.
And were you privy to the actual amount that was being prescribed to her?
Based on my review of the records and my team's review of the records, it was about 10 milligrams, I believe.
180 counts, did you know that?
180 milligrams?
180 counts, 180 pills.
Oh, tablets.
Tablets.
I was not aware of what the quantities of tablets that were prescribed in a given fill of the medication.
Now, of course, a medication fill recommends what somebody should take, right?
How many are you saying
That's
that?
how much? What it recommends a regimen with the medication.
Yes.
Of course, that can be abused, right?
Correct.
Abused in opiate users, right?
Yes.
Did she tell you that she had been in any therapeutic circumstance seeking to address substance abuse?
In recent history, when I was talking to her, not to my recollection.
Did she tell you that she used benzodiazepines?
My recollection, not on a regular basis.
She wasn't prescribed, as far as you could see, benzodiazepines, right?
If I had been aware that she had been prescribed benzodiazepines and she was taking that simultaneously with narcotics, I would have voiced significant concern with that.
And you certainly asked what a medical, what kind of regimen your patient is on in terms of medication, right?
Yes.
You also have the ability to look at their charts to find out, right?
Yes.
But other than the charts, it's up to them to tell you what their medications are if they're not on the prescription, right?
In fact, in many cases, the patient's reports of the medications that they are actually taking often bears more truth than the actual medical chart sometimes, which can be littered with not updated information.
And if she'd have told you she was using benzodiazepine, which Xanax is a benzodiazepine, right?
Yes.
Otherwise known as alprazolam,
Yes.
you would not have given her the opiates that you prescribed. Is that right?
I would not have recommended that she take those at the same time post-operatively, correct.
And when Kacee Terry came in and you spoke with her and you relied on what she told you, she still told you that she had anxiety, depression, a history of PTSD, current opioid use, right?
Yes.
Did you ask her about smoking?
Yes.
Did she tell you about smoking?
She told me that she smoked 2 to 3 cigarettes per day.
When you stated, let me skip to this subject about the knee replacement because, well, let's not, because you made a phone call to learn about her death and you spoke to what you understood to be her sister Kylie, right?
That was my understanding, yes.
Do you know when you made that call?
I don't remember exactly. I believe it was about 2 months after her surgery.
Okay, so you were interviewed at one point by the police, right?
Yes.
Remember, it was 2 officers?
Yes.
And where did that occur?
In my office.
Do you remember the date?
Not exactly.
I'll tell you, it's January 27th, 2025.
Okay.
That would be after you talked to Kylie.
Several months after, yes.
In between, did you get any information about what happened to Kacee Terry from anybody except for Kylie?
I wouldn't say that I received much information from Kylie about what happened, and I didn't receive any information from anywhere else either.
So then when you had the interview with the police on the subject, they didn't talk to you about what Kylie had told you, right?
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
Well, you didn't have a discussion with the police about what you had learned from Kylie.
I think I reported to them that I had made a phone call to her, and I relayed to them what I have relayed to you guys so far here, that there was that she had passed away. I offered my condolences and that there was an investigation pursuing the cause of her death.
Right. Did you know that the meeting that you had with the police officers was recorded?
I believe they did say that.
Have you ever seen a copy of a transcript or heard a copy of the recorded?
No.
Touching on, to be clear, there was no plan for a second knee replacement for Kacee, right?
There was not an immediate plan. She was not on the schedule for that second knee replacement.
It had been discussed.
It had been discussed, yes.
Let me ask you this about something you said at the end. You said after talking to her sister, you conducted some sort of review. Is that what you said?
I would have gone back and looked at the chart and reviewed our records and seen if there was anything that I thought we had missed that might have put her at risk for some complication that might have resulted in her death.
Well, you knew that her death wasn't related to your surgery, right?
I mean, at the time, I didn't know anything. I had simply seen a report that there was a death within 90 days after my surgery, and that would be my natural response in any of those cases would be to go back and review the details of the chart.
Okay, and so you reviewed the chart that you had already created in the course of your treatment with her?
Yes.
You didn't do any other investigation?
No.
You didn't try to see whether, in fact, the things that she told you in that chart in the 45 minutes you met with her maybe weren't true?
I didn't go digging further, no.
You weren't asked to?
No.
One moment, if I could, Judge. known anyone who died by suicide?
I'm sorry?
Have you ever known anyone who died by suicide that you were close to?
I have.
You're aware, with whatever training you've had, that it's extraordinarily hard to know ahead of time sometimes that someone's suicidal. Can we agree on that?
It is.
Sometimes they commit suicide when nobody had any idea whatsoever that they were thinking about it, right?
Absolutely.
People commit suicide that have plans for the future, trips planned, right?
Yes.
That have
that is a
children.
possibility. Yes.
That shock the family when they learn that their loved one has committed suicide because they never saw it coming, right?
Yes.
That they act normal so they'll not be interdicted in their suicide efforts, right?
That is possible.
Thank you. I don't have any further.
Any follow-up from the state?
No, Your Honor, this witness can be released.
Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
You're free to go.
Okay.
We have Mr. Farnsworth available.
Yes.
And does the state have any additional questions for Mr. Farnsworth?
No, I think we can turn him over for cross.
Thank you.
Can I just reorganize for a second?
Of course.
Since I agreed to be out of order and get myself in order.
Mr. Farnsworth, I'll remind you, you're still under oath. We'll give counsel just a minute to get things sorted.
Hello, Mr. Farnsworth. It's nice to see you. We have had some discussions, but those have been formal because of you being a witness and me speaking to you that capacity, right? And otherwise, we haven't spoken person to person, so to speak, right?
No.
But you know that I have, in the course of my role in this case, been able to watch and review and see a lot of the interactions you've had with police, right?
Yeah.
The reason I'm asking that, in fairness, you've been called up and you get asked questions, and those questions calling you to remember things, and it's been a while, right?
Yep.
If I may use, especially if it's okay with you, some materials to refresh your recollection, if you would like, or if I feel like I need to, okay?
Yep.
Because you really worked this situation in this case with Detective Farney and Special Agent Hales regularly since Kacee died, right?
Yes.
I mean, is it fair to say that for your household, excluding Kylie, but for your household and the things where, the people that live there and what happened there, getting access to your household, that you've been the contact point, right?
Correct.
And that's caused you to be in contact in a variety of ways here. You, first of all, are the first person to alert anyone else as to Kacee's condition, right?
Yes.
And so we've got you coming down, as you said. We're going to plot through some of these things again, I'll try not to be repetitive, but maybe some of them have a different angle or a little bit of different information I'd like the jury to understand, okay? Then you went to the hospital, right?
Yes.
Do you remember communicating, is that where you met Detective Farney?
I think it is.
For the first time, right?
Yeah, I think so.
And then, didn't you go from there to the police station and have an interview with your sister and Kylie and you in a room with Detective Farney?
Yeah, it wasn't that same night, but at some point.
You don't recall that it was that same night? It was before you went back?
I don't recall it being the same night.
We may use some material to help in that regard. Because do you recall when you talked to, let's focus on that interview. Is that the first time you felt like you had a formal interview, which was the time that you were at the police station?
I would say yes, probably.
But when you had that, like I said, it was you and it was your sister Kacee Lyn, right?
Uh-huh.
And then Kylie, all together being asked questions by the police officer, right?
Yes.
Now, then you could talk to each other about the answers, you three, right? I'm not saying you decided to do it this way, but that was the circumstance that you were first in terms of a police interview. Is that fair?
Yeah. I don't recall any conversations that Detective Farney and I would have had at the hospital. But, we determined that we needed to go back to Casey's bedroom.
We heard a 911 call already. Some more material and recordings, but you mentioned right in that 911 call suspicions, right?
Yeah.
And let me see if I can help refresh some timing, because when you went down and saw Kacee in the condition that you saw her, the first thing you did actually was call Kylie. Do you remember that?
Yeah, she would be the first one that I would have contacted. Yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I'm going to try hard not to. If you have more to say on that, you can.
No, I'm done.
So let me be clear. You called Kylie, and it's Kylie that asked you to call 911, right?
Yeah, but I was sure that, after seeing Casey's condition, that even if Kylie wouldn't have said, I would have said, I'm calling 911.
That's fair. I just want to clear up some testimony. Is that earlier testimony, as I heard it, and it's up to the jury ultimately to decide, but as I heard it, that you were saying you had called 911 first. The point is that Kylie also immediately told you that Meggan was killing Kacee, right?
Yeah.
She was very worked up right away, Kylie was, right?
Yeah.
And then said, call 911, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you did. I'm not saying you wouldn't have. All I'm saying is getting the order and what was known and who was saying it, okay? Fair?
Yeah.
And then you could hear from where you were and see that Kylie ended up on a phone call with Meggan, right?
I don't recall that. And it's possible that, when I called Kylie, I don't know if I put Kylie on the phone with Meggan at that time. That's possible, but I don't recall for sure.
You're not sure, as you sit here today, remembering whether and how Kylie and Meggan spoke and how that went. But Kylie told you to get her out of the house, right?
Yeah.
And told you her suspicions of, pretty strong words, that Meggan's trying to kill her, right?
Yeah.
And that's why you said that on the 911 call.
Yes.
Then, like we established, you were at the hospital, you had the interview in the police room with your sister and Kylie, and then you also had an occasion to go to the house, right?
Yes.
When you went, in your conversation at the police station, there's discussion about the contents of the blue box. Do you recall that?
I don't recall details, but I know we talked about it.
And the contents of the blue box, right?
Yes.
Now, this is the blue box that you had said your brother made for Kacee, where she kept all of her important or private or special things. Is that fair characterization? But that, at the point that you're talking to Detective Farney in that interview, somebody's gone through the blue box already, right?
I don't know. I had never, until then, looked in the blue box. I had no idea what was in there, so I had no idea if something was removed or no idea.
If they're talking about, Kylie is talking about items in the blue box, you certainly didn't remove the items in the blue box, right?
Right.
You didn't manipulate that blue box before you went with Detective Farney to the now soaked bedroom.
No.
To close it off, right?
Right.
Now, I will say this. When the police come, the first, after you called, the EMTs come and police officers came, right?
Yes.
And you talked to them about any questions they had?
Yes.
Right? At the end of that, when the police were finished with that initial investigation, they told you don't let anyone go into that room, right?
Right.
Now, do you recall whether you passed that along to anyone else?
I don't recall.
So it's possible that others, including Kylie, didn't know that the police had made that command.
Yeah, I don't recall. I don't recall telling anybody that. But.
All right. And then as you continued to be involved, the next time you had contact after the sealing of the room and the unsealing it to get your phone, were you present there for the search of the room by Detective Farney and other police officers? You were there that day?
I don't think I was.
So you didn't interact and they weren't able to ask you questions about the results of their search of the room?
Not that I recall.
After that search occurred, on what I believe is the 14th of the room, then was it your understanding that you could go in there and do what you needed to do with it?
Yeah.
Then at some point you are in contact about the fact that you found that Fanta box and the insulin and a needle and everything else, right?
Right.
The next day, I think it is, Detective Farney and Special Agent Hales come over with a few others, I think, or at least one other person, and among the things they do is pick that and get the Fanta box evidence that they asked you to collect, right?
Yeah.
You call also walking around the house and speaking with them for about 2 hours.
Yeah, and I don't know if it was the same day, but they came back, I think after there was some, after lab work on Kacee had been done, and if I recall, they found arsenic in her blood. So
that was yet a different day. Remember, they came back to ask you about. Did you learn eventually from there that was just some abnormality that came out of some medical chart that there's never been any arsenic involved in the case?
No, I never.
They never told you?
No.
All right. And then there's been some contacts as late as April to look at watt numbers in your fridge.
Yeah.
Remember that? And then they only made a phone call to you about having found Kyle's preloaded syringes and empty syringes in his room, right?
Yeah.
All right. There, Let me go back, having established sort of the times and you've spoken to the police and what you've spoken to them about. One overall theme was already discussed with you right off the bat, and that is Kacee was able to fool you and your family and those that were taking care of her and helping her completely on the issue of whether she had cancer, right?
Right.
She was able to lie to you about that and convince you and your family for years, right?
Yes.
And as a matter of fact, she was good enough at that, I mean, you changed your life in relation to her claims of cancer and other maladies, right?
Yep.
When you came back to live in the house, you even passed by a very lucrative and good opportunity for work, right?
Yeah.
Now you knew you needed to take care of your parents.
Right.
Kyle was bad off, but a big part of that decision to forgo that part of your career and that income was Kacee's lies about being sick, right?
Yes.
Kacee was able to get you to do a lot. Visits to the ER, right?
Yep.
You thought they were about cancer she lied about, right?
Well, she had so many medical issues that could have been about a lot of different things.
Medical issues that she told you about, right?
Yeah, but she had the port that I knew she had, and she was getting medical supplies delivered every week.
I remember, and you were talking about thinking those must be related to chemo treatments, right?
Yeah.
You thought she had chemo because she told you she had chemo. She was
Yeah,
taking
she had said she had cancer.
and that she was treating it with chemo, right?
Yeah, I don't specifically recall her saying it was chemo, but I just assumed the vials that were in the fridge were for treating cancer.
Then I think you said a lot of times the trips that you took her on were also to the pharmacy.
Yeah, usually when she'd go to the emergency room and then I'd go back and pick her up, the pharmacy was right next to the hospital, and so we'd stop there and she'd fill a prescription.
Did you know that she was filling massive prescriptions of opioids?
I didn't know what the medications were.
Did you know that she took Xanax, alprazolam, even though she wasn't prescribed?
I didn't know that.
When you guys first learned, your family first learned that, assume was a gut punch, about Kacee's lies. In fact, the reality is this hospital that she went to, where she died, said she was, quote, healthy. You remember that?
Well, when they came back with the report, I wasn't there, but I was told by either Kylie or my sister and that was surprising to say the least.
Not only because this cancer lie, but you had said she seemed so out of it at times, that you would get up in the middle of the night and drive her for her own safety. Is that what I heard?
Yeah, if she needed to go to the emergency room.
Where you didn't know what was happening inside.
Right.
And is next to the pharmacy, right?
Yep.
I mean, you saw her, when the night she was taken by the EMTs, you went into her room, remember that?
Yeah.
And you hadn't really ever been in her room much while she lived there, right?
Just when she had questions about what she was doing at work for our company.
And I think you previously described that even on those occasions, she'd come up to your office to deal with those, right?
Usually.
And when you went into her room on the 12th, there were dozens and dozens and dozens of pain pill bottles, right?
Yeah, I mean, there was dozens of bottles, but I don't know what was in them.
You don't remember talking to the police about oxycodone?
I don't remember specifically, but if I did, that's not surprising.
And then when you were, what I'm getting to, maybe poorly, I'm sorry, on this particular topic, is that she presented to you on these times that you would care for her and take her somewhere as really sick, I think. You said you thought she was really sick, right?
Yep.
She seemed out of it, and did she seem like slurring and dizzy and genuinely out of it, sick?
In pain is what she seemed like.
And you didn't know at the time that she was abusing opioids, did you?
No.
So you weren't gauging for whether her symptoms that she was putting on for you could have been because of consuming benzodiazepines or opioids, right?
No.
Excuse me. There were, let me turn to a little bit about the, what's going on in the house that you described and sort of the way Kacee in particular was around, had access to, had knowledge about insulin and diabetics, okay? She wasn't one, we've already established Kacee wasn't a diabetic, right?
Right.
But she's in a house, and you know, I really feel for your house, and I want to tell you, you're an impressive person. I've gone through what you've gone through and your physical circumstances in your family, but it is a house, because of that, just loaded with insulin. Is that fair?
Yep.
Of all kinds.
Yep.
And without any criticism whatsoever, but just factually, so much so that it's not even likely that you would know if some went missing, right?
Right.
And of course, Kacee had full access to any and all of this, right?
Yep.
Also, syringes. Kacee could get a syringe that is used for insulin injection easily without anyone knowing it, correct?
Correct.
And also, Kacee really had a lot of special knowledge about amounts and kinds and administering insulin, didn't she?
Yeah, from her experience growing up in a family of diabetics.
Yeah, and I guess that's what I'm getting at, because I heard your testimony. I mean, so much so that she was able and left to and capable of managing your mother, right?
Yeah.
Who is about as unpredictable and in need of intelligent care, sounds like, as any diabetic, right?
Yeah.
She needs someone taking care of her who understands about doses, understands about blood glucose levels and things like that, right?
Yes.
At the time she's taking care of your mother and living in the household, did she utilize, for instance, a glucometer, glucose monitor? You know?
She knew how to use it. Usually my dad would be the one that would be checking my mother's blood sugar levels.
And then maybe Kacee would be called on to help do something about them?
Yeah. If my dad has gotten to be pretty good at judging dosages and giving my mom a shot when she needs it, but if Kacee would have been, or if my mom would have been low, my dad knows how to handle that also, but with Kacee and Kyle and my mom there, Kacee took some of the load off of my dad to help my mom.
So again, let me re-ask the question about glucometer. Did you know that Kacee used it or would have occasion to use it in connection with what she was doing to help your mother?
Yeah, she would know how to use it, and I'm sure she tested my mom's blood occasionally.
Now, she would have no occasion to use it for herself in relation to insulin, at least, right?
Right.
Did you know that she was reporting and claiming to doctors that complaining of hypoglycemia?
I think she may have mentioned that a little bit, but I didn't take note or pay particular attention to it.
Okay, so nothing where she ever wanted to test herself in relation to maybe suffering hypoglycemia or something like that, right?
Yeah, I don't remember ever thinking about that or...
Let's talk about that downstairs level too. Kacee's pretty isolated in terms of the household being in that room, correct?
Yeah, she had privacy there.
It was, she could come and go because of that door. Is it to the patio?
Yeah.
I'm going to have to, again, have you help probably, but let me establish something. Did the police ever ask you to diagram your house?
I don't recall, at least initially, I don't think they did, but at some point Detective Farney may have. I don't remember.
Did they ever ask to come take pictures of all the rooms in the house so they would know the layout?
I don't recall them asking me that.
How about just to get floor plans or something so that you wouldn't have to draw it on an iPad a year and a half later?
I don't recall that.
You saw a picture, an overhead aerial view. You didn't create that picture of your house, right?
No.
What about, we saw another picture, it was the front of the house. You didn't take that, right?
Nope.
Working with what we have, again on the subject of sort of, the area where Kacee was. Let's talk a little bit about the fact that for a period of time, it sounds like maybe a couple years, Kacee lived there while Kyle was still alive, right?
Right.
So Kyle did stay downstairs.
Yeah.
Kyle did use that downstairs fridge for syringes and for insulin and all those things, right?
Yes.
And I think you said Kyle was even maybe a little, it sounds like a little looser and faster than the way you used medication. He'd preload syringes, right?
Yep.
Not something that you're fond of doing, I take it.
Yeah, I'm a little more disciplined than Kyle was.
So there could be syringes with insulin in the downstairs area, already filled with insulin, right?
Yeah, I mean, they weren't laying around. Kyle kept those on his nightstand that he would use if his sensor went off at night and he had high blood sugar.
And that's the same downstairs area, and Kacee was in a lot of contact with Kyle, right?
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, you knew that Kacee even talked to Kyle about the subject of suicide, remember?
Yeah.
Kyle was sick. He was, I'm sorry, he got really sick. Kacee certainly had a lot of contact with him in that area that he lived in right downstairs that you drew, right?
Yep.
And that's the that's the room and the nightstand that you actually found some pre-filled syringes, or at least one pre-filled syringe, of insulin and some empty, apparently used syringes that were insulin syringes, right?
Not in the nightstand, but in the desk.
In the desk. Now, the desk is in Kyle's room, and it's not like it's locked or anything, right?
Right.
So, and that's not even by the nightstand. So somehow, some pre-loaded syringes, or at least one pre-loaded syringe, I'm sorry, I think that we're talking about some stuff that was just recently turned over to the police, right?
Yeah.
Last December. But let me clear that up. That was found just a couple months after Kacee died, right?
Yeah, I don't remember exactly when, but.
Yeah, I mean, I think that you weren't ultimately really asked about this until last December, but then you did recollect that the reason, because those syringes, empty and full, ended up in the downstairs fridge, right?
Yeah.
You put them there.
Yeah.
So a couple months after, there's syringes that include a syringe with insulin in a drawer in Kyle's room that certainly Kacee could have had plenty of access to, right?
Yeah, I mean, the door's not locked, but I don't think she'd be in that room going through the desk.
You don't think she would because, I mean, not because she's a straightforward, honest person, right?
Now, I just don't think she would go in there and go through that desk drawer, that whole desk.
All right. Well, whatever she could or couldn't do, those syringes were around, apparently at the time she died, located by you a couple months later because you were going to go move down into Kyle's room for a while, right?
Right.
And then you ultimately moved out of the house.
Right.
I think a couple months later, was it?
Yeah.
All right. That downstairs area, we were talking about it being a little isolated. Maybe you could put up the drawing that ended up, I think, 3. Seeking to publish States Exhibit 3.
Maybe.
This diagram, you drew the patio. That patio, that's that doorway that Kacee would, if she left her bedroom, walk out that doorway and sit on that patio, right?
Yeah.
There's some chairs, there's some lounger type chairs there, right?
Yes.
Is that where that garbage can is?
Yes.
Now, that's not the only way out from the basement, right?
No, that's the only way onto the patio, but there's 2 other ways out of the basement.
And what are those? Are they drawn on there?
Yeah, the lower left-hand corner are stairs that go up to the kitchen upstairs. And then over there, lower right-hand, just above Kyle's bedroom, is a door in and stairs to the garage.
Okay. You had, I think, indicated going in and out of the patio area door, though, would be a common place for her friends and acquaintances to come in if they had driven there and come in.
Yes, yep,
Sorry it took me so long to get to that point. But that's where coming and going happened in Kacee's world, right?
yeah,
Not having to go up through the upstairs.
right,
And I think you said she would come and go without folks knowing and would be down there smoking cigarettes with people you didn't know.
yep.
And I don't know if I already asked you this, but that's where that trash can that ultimately involved the Fanta box was?
Yes,
She'd throw her cigarette butts and stuff in there?
yep,
Does that tend to be where Kacee threw trash?
yes,
Your family didn't go through trash down in there?
no,
You had trash cans in the garage where there's easily access to the upstairs.
Yep.
Okay. On the 12th, did you know that Kacee had taken a glucometer that your mom was using?
No.
You know now, evidence-wise, is the belief that she took a glucometer and used it in that room that day of the 12th, right?
Yes.
You don't have any idea how she got it?
I don't know, and I mean, there's so many glucometers around the house. I don't know that Kacee took it. I mean, somebody else could have.
Did you know that there were readings on that glucometer on the 12th before Meggan ever arrived? Did you know that?
No.
Okay. I guess I'm asking that. I didn't know there were so many glucometers of that kind around because you asked for that glucometer back after the police took it because you needed it for your mom, right?
Yeah. Glucose test strips expire. And it's easier and less expensive with insurance usually to just get a whole new glucometer and a new prescription for test strips. So, there are 4 or 5 different companies that manufacture those, and between all the members of our family, we probably use a version of every one of them. So there are a number of glucometers in the house, but most of them would have test strips that were expired.
Okay. Did you know, by the way, that Dr. Masteller had sent Kacee home with the glucometer once?
No.
Meggan arrives. It's time you don't know it's Meggan. She arrives on the 12th because you can see it from your room. Excuse me, you're working, and then she's there all day. You indicated you were upstairs in your office, right?
Yeah.
You did go down a couple times during the day.
I don't specifically remember, but in a normal day, I would go down a couple of times just to maybe get insulin or use the bathroom.
Now, it's been a while. But you did get asked questions within a day of all this by Detective Forney in that interview that we talked about, right?
Yeah.
And we agree, can we, that you would have had a much better recollection at that time, what had just happened, recollection of that day, even though it was traumatic.
Yeah.
So if you, during your interview, said you had gone down 4 or 5 times during the day just to kind of look around and check on Kacee, you would have been telling Detective Farney the truth, right?
Yeah.
And further, that though you recall the door being shut most of those times, there was one time that the door was open, ajar enough that you could look in, and you could see Meggan there, and you could see Kacee there on the bed, right?
Yeah, I could see Kacee. I don't remember if I could see Meggan or not.
You remember telling Detective Forney just a day after this occurred that on one of the occasions the doors cracked open, it was dark, but you could see Kacee on the bed and you could see Meggan. You didn't know it was Meggan at the time.
Yeah, I wouldn't have known it was
The
Meggan.
person that you now know is Meggan.
Yeah.
And that you didn't know her at the time, but you did see her in the room. You were able to see the two of them. Does that refresh your recollection?
Yeah, if I would have been saying that the day after, then yeah, that.
And otherwise, when you're upstairs, you're working, right?
Yeah.
So I'm assuming you're taking phone calls.
Yes.
Is that mostly what you're doing when you're working, is on the phone, headphones on?
Yep.
When you're up working all the time in your office, you can't hear what's going on downstairs. That's fair, right?
Correct.
However, though you were down that number of times and under those circumstances, you hadn't interacted with Meggan or Kacee directly, right?
No.
And then it's actually the fact that Kacee doesn't answer a call that causes you to go downstairs and find what you found that we've heard described, right?
Correct.
What it turns out, were you there when one of the first things that was found in that room when the EMTs went in was a diabetic syringe right next to where Kacee was on her bed?
I don't recall that.
You didn't know if you knew that?
If I knew it, I'd forgotten it.
Okay. I mean, there's some pictures. It was picked up and put on a nightstand and photographed, and I can't remember if those were ever shown to you, or more importantly, whether you remember what happened in terms of that syringe being found. And if you don't, it's fine. There's more witnesses. You're the first one, actually. Then we have this syringe out in the Fanta box situation that I'm going to go into a little more detail. But then you find yet another syringe when you're cleaning up the room because of the damage that's caused by the flood, right?
Yeah.
Now, at the time you find that, it's an insulin syringe, right?
Yeah.
You ended up giving it to Detective Farney at some point, right?
Yeah.
Do you remember, you said it was over, that too was over by where that lounger is, in other words, also where, by the bed where Kacee was, right?
Yeah.
Do you remember what you did with it? Did you hook it up and put it somewhere, or did you just leave it there for the police?
I don't recall.
Do you recall the police even asking you what you did with a syringe in a room with an overdose of insulin?
No.
But you did tell them that you found it, and when you found that insulin syringe in the room, it had been searched pursuant to a search warrant, right?
I guess, yeah, I don't recall. I don't.
Going through the work you did with Detective Farney, you went there, it's flooded, but she wants to seal up, put crime scene tape on the door and stuff, right?
Yep.
And you had gone in to the room first, though, with her, right?
Yeah.
Walked around, you were seeing the flood, showed how there was the table with the computer or the window well that had caused everything to flood, right?
Yep.
And so you're walking around, it's the first time Detective Farney's been in the room, as far as you know, right?
Yep. Yep.
And then you're gonna seal her off as a crime scene, so she puts up that tape.
Yep.
And then you call her and say, dang it, I left my phone in the sealed crime scene. She says, let's just cut the tape and then put it back together once you get your phone, right?
Yeah.
Then the next day, this is what I was getting to, and I think maybe in fairness, you're saying you're not sure whether you were there. A search warrant is utilized to then search everything pursuant to the warrant. And that room was searched by a team, including Detective Farney. You weren't aware that that full-on search warrant occurred, and the search occurred before you went into the room and found another syringe?
Yeah, I don't recall, I mean, the warrant, I don't recall. I just recall Detective Farney saying, well, okay, we're going to come over and search the room.
And then it gets searched, and then you're free to do what you want with it. And then
Yeah.
when you go in, after the police do a full search, maybe I'm confusing it by saying warrant. I apologize. I mean, it doesn't matter to you what they did to go in the room. But the point is, it was searched, and then you found a syringe, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to fit in a subject that might help us with time that doesn't have media. But tell me, please, Judge, anytime you would like to recess.
We're getting close to 5.
That's what why I brought it up.
You have more than 8 minutes worth of cross left.
I do, sir, and frankly, would spend the night streaming it down to the extent I can.
Let's finish up right now.
Okay.
Let's end for the day. I think that's a good time, and we'll come back tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to break for the evening. We're going to reconvene tomorrow at 8:30. Same time, same place as you did this morning, and we'll keep moving. We all appreciate your attentiveness to this case and the efforts that you're putting in. So thank you. Cole will show you out, but before you go, might I remind you that you are admonished by the court that it is your duty not to converse among yourselves or to converse with any other person on any subject of the trial. And it is your duty not to form or express an opinion thereon until the case is finally submitted to you. This includes no individual research on the parties, attorneys, or claims. Everybody get home safe. Thanks.
All rise for the jury.
Please be seated. All right, counsel, anything else we need to cover before we break for the evening and start back up first thing in the morning?
Not that I know of. Thanks, Ron.
Anything from the state?
Not at this time.
All right. Counsel, thank you for your efforts and your professionalism so far. It's helpful. We'll reconvene in the morning. Everybody get home safe.
All rise.
Let's go outside.
Mark, you're welcome, Ben. Come and go. You.
Can we test so that we know tomorrow it's going to work from here?